I see we have 3 Davids on today.
Yeah, we have the David Day, the D Day, I think.
I don't even want to make that joke these days. David, I chatted with Steve and a few others from Macclesfield yesterday. They were so happy for your visit. They had such a great time. They found you so inspirational. They said that you brought heart into astronomy for them. They loved it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I did write to Donna to ask her if the group would be interested in my Skyward column for the newsletter, but I have not heard from her.
I will let Steve know.
Thank you. Yeah. Of course, Montreal Skyward is the name of the newsletter, and but Skyward's also the name of the column. And any of you who would like it for your newsletters, all you have to do is write to me and ask, and I'll add you to the list.
David's columns have been a cornerstone of our newsletter for years now. It's fantastic. And whenever we have a new newsletter editor, one of the first things that we let them know is, okay, you're going to get content from David, so don't worry about having to reach out to him. He's going to be sending you stuff, and it's going to be the cornerstone of all the parts of the newsletter. It's great. So we ended up with 2 students who actually did newsletter editor as their first position and an executive as a result, because you knew you could count on some content.
Thank you. Well, this will be a very exciting meeting, especially the first 15 or 20 minutes of it. I hope you'll all enjoy it.
We see David warming up there, so we're looking forward to it.
Yeah. And if all goes well, David and I will be out at the Curacao Astronomy Complex on Sunday, do our monthly observing session. A little concerned about the forecast, but
those are the things we can't control.
we usually can here. We usually throw brooms and boiling water up at the sky, and that tends to clear things off. But we'll see.
I don't know, when it's minus 30 and you throw boiling water, all you get is snow.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually mild here. It was 2 degrees today. It's going up to 10 tomorrow.
Real?
No, Thursday it's going up to 10. Yeah. Spring weather just in time for the equinox.
We're up to right now about 30, about 34, 35.
So
I thought
we have
sorry,
the lunar eclipse. I think you can see it in the north hemisphere too.
yeah, on May 15, 16. That's going to be really great.
Nice Sunday will be.
Then we have another one in November, right? November 8th?
I don't know.
We get 2 lunar eclipses this year.
Maybe my latitude will not, but
right.
maybe it will be partial, like the last one. But let's see. Let's check it out.
I believe they're both total.
They're both total, right? Yeah. We have a partial one coming next June, I believe, or something like that, but 2 totals at the moment. And Harold is learning all of his techniques, so he's going to take pictures of the lunar eclipse for us.
And the rest of us are just going to go out and watch it.
Now, I've seen a few of Harold's pictures on Facebook. He's been putting up some really nice stuff.
Right.
I checked the 8th of November, and here in Argentina it will be not possible to watch it. It will be down on the horizon. Maybe in Australia they could see it.
Wow.
I think we've got it visible from here, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they're both visible from Arizona.
I like this quote from Sandra Faber. Far from feeling dwarfed by the vast reaches and energy of the cosmos, what we really learn is that we are the most remarkable and complicated product of cosmic evolution, and our potential is unlimited. If that's if that's not a positive outlook, I don't know what is. So had the pleasure of meeting Sandra Faber 2 years ago. Really great woman.
Where did you meet her?
Mount Wilson Observatory at the Captain Cottage area where Hubble used to live.
Oh, wow.
We had the Alliance of Historic Observatories meeting. Our initial meeting was there. It was really great, you know. So we had Sam Hale sitting in Einstein's chair reading passages from his grandfather's notes. So it was just really incredible.
Yeah, that just sounds like such an amazing experience.
It was. We'll have to reproduce it again and invite all of you to attend. So it was excellent. Can't wait to do it again. Okay, I think we're close to getting ready here. So here we go.
David, you could unmute yourself now.
Well, hello, everyone. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and welcome to the 86th Global Star Party. We have an incredible lineup of speakers that I was just talking about a couple of hours ago, just kind of giving some background on how Global Star Party started and why we continue, and and a little bit about tonight's event. I'm really excited to see some of the new people on Global Star Party tonight, which you'll get to see here real soon. With every Global Star Party, we start our program with David Levy. David Levy is really, I'm not going to say he's a fixture of Global Star Party, but he is an integral part of it. He has been on every Global Star Party event that we have created, and he is an amazing author, lecturer, and inspiration to amateur astronomers everywhere. For us on Global Star Party, he's a lot of us would call him as our best friend. So, and it's awesome to have him here live with us every week. And I don't know what to say, but I love it. And David's got a special guest tonight, which he'll talk about later, but I'll bring David on now.
Well, thank you so much, Scott. And it is a true honor to be here. I've been to everyone except one. And so I can't say that I've been to every single one.
That was the moon party.
Yeah.
That was the moon party.
Yeah.
We'll have to fix that. But Global Star Party, you've been to everyone.
Well, I don't know how we can fix things unless we go back in time, but time is something we're going to do about now. As we talk about this universe that we live in, and if you think about the universe and the wonders and the long, wide view that it offers us, takes us away from the daily news, it shows us something about our civilization that we really want to hear and see. Our civilization can produce such horrible things like it's doing right now with the war in Ukraine. But our same civilization also is responsible for Aristotle, Galileo, Shakespeare, and Vincent van Gogh. About a month ago, David Rossetter, who I will be introducing you to in just a moment, and I were driving back from our Shirakawa Astronomy Complex site, and I told him about the idea that I wasn't allowed to play Don McLean's wonderful song about Vincent van Gogh, the song called Vincent. And I said, there's one particular part of it that really gets me to tears every time. Without another breath, David started singing that part. And I thought he did it every bit as well as Don McLean did. So I invited him, and he has accepted to come on today to do a performance of Vincent. One of the things about a letter that I have here was written from Van Gogh to his friend Bernard. He writes, "A starry sky is something I should like to try to do. Just as in the daytime, I'm going to try to paint a green meadow spangled with dandelions." You wonder how much, if he even sold the original of Starry Night, or if he just sent it in the mail to his brother Theo, perhaps after he was dead, after his suicide. Right now, if you wanted to buy the original of Starry Night, you can't. You can see it at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. And I think if they were to decide to sell it, you'd probably be able to get at least $100 million for it. But what we can do today for free is to think about the beauty and the joy that Starry Night and Vincent van Gogh has brought to us, not by showing us his latest astrophotograph, but by bearing his soul. And now I would like to present David Rossetter to sing Vincent for us. David, it's all yours.
Good afternoon or evening, everybody. Vincent van Gogh had committed himself to an asylum with mental illness, which is what we call it now, and he would spend hours looking out his window, then going downstairs to paint, and taking his memories and painting them over what he saw outside his window, which included the night sky, a starry night. And Don McLean read his biography, and wrote this song about not just that painting, but about Vincent van Gogh and a lot of his paintings, but centered around the Starry Night. Starry, starry night, paint your palette blue and gray. Look out on a summer's day with eyes that know the darkness in my soul. Shadows on the hills, sketch the trees and the daffodils. Catch the breeze and the winter chills in colors on the snowy linen land. Now I understand what you've tried to say to me, how you've suffered for your sanity, how you've tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now. Starry, starry night, flaming flowers that brightly blaze, swirling clouds in violet haze, reflect in Vincent's eyes of china blue. Colors changing hue, the morning fields of amber grain, weathered faces lined in pain are soothed beneath the artist's loving hand. Now I understand what you've tried to say to me, how you've suffered for your sanity, how you've tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now, for they could not love you, but still your love was true. And when no hope was left in sight, on that starry, starry night, you took your life as lovers often do. But I could have told you, Vincent, this world was never meant for one as beautiful as you. Starry, starry night, portraits hung in empty halls, frameless heads on nameless walls, with eyes that watch the world and can't forget, like the strangers that you've met, the ragged men in ragged clothes, the silver thorn, the bloody rose, lie crushed and broken on the virgin snow. And now I think I know what you've tried to say to me, how you've suffered for your sanity, how you've tried to set them free. They would not listen, they're not listening still. Perhaps they never will.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you. I read that a lot of people, when they looked at the Starry Night, thought the big swirlies around the moon and around Jupiter were influenced by the Lord Ross's Leviathan of Parsonstown when he first discovered the swirly nature, if you will, of the Whirlpool Galaxy. I'm not sure I buy it, but I kind of like that visual.
Yeah. Yes.
That was amazing. That arpeggios, that sound, that voice, that letter, it was really faithful. And I love music. I play the guitar also, but not like you. But you know, that's really, really enjoyable.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes. David, tell us a little bit about yourself, your astronomy, maybe a couple of little stories that of your adventures.
Wow, my adventures. I've been I've been doing astronomy since the mid 1990 comets, the two great comets, which I saw over the Shwangung Mountains in the mid Hudson Valley of New York. And that's when I said I had to get into it. Fairly early on, I found out about this amazing star party. It was better than a star party. It was a astronomy retreat up in the Adirondacks run by this guy. You may have heard of him, David Levy.
I've heard of him. Yes.
Yeah. So for 10 years, I did that with David and Wendy, made some wonderful friends up there. And that's probably my greatest joy in life is those 10 years and then still continuing to observe with a lot of those friends, and especially with David, which we do every month out at our dark sky observing site in the Chiricahua Mountains. But
Wonderful.
so that's really where I learned my passion from that man, right in that little window I'm looking at right there.
Right. Right. Well, that's wonderful.
One of the things, if I could just take things for a second, those of you who might have read my biography, which we've been really keeping quite a secret lately, there is a section in it about the most impressive moment that I've had at the Adirondack Astronomy Retreat. And that moment was climbing the ladder and looking through David's 25-inch telescope at Messier 15, the globular cluster in Pegasus. It's not a cluster. I wasn't looking at the cluster. I was walking through the pathways in the park that separate the stars in this cluster. It was that good, and it was my most impressive memory of all those years we did at the retreat.
That was wonderful. And the best part about that was putting Wendy on top of the ladder, which she didn't like to do, and her exclamation at seeing that sight. And that is one of my great thrills, just hearing Wendy's thrill. I agree with that.
And she loves you more. She's right here listening.
Wendy, I love you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, wonderful. Okay. We will, I want to introduce Maxi Falieres. Now, a lot of people here know about Maxi, and he is, he's on many of our global star parties, but, and he has been co-host of Think of One Other Global Star Party, had some great guests on at that time, but I asked him to co-host this particular star party with me, and he did bring on a couple of new guests, so we'll be talking about those later. But right now, Maxi, I'm going to have you introduce the Astronomical League, and they come to every one of our global star parties to make special prizes and door prizes and special questions for our audience. So I'll turn it over to you, Maxi.
Well, thank you, Scott. Thank you for inviting me and again to be your co-host. For me, it's my pleasure, an honor to be here. And well, tonight we have too many invite people, and now I want to introduce to. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce it right. It's Don Knabb. Is that correct?
That's right. You got it.
Thank you. So I'm introducing to you to present us of Astronomical League. Okay.
Well, first of all, I have to show I wore the right shirt tonight. This is my NASA Starry Night shirt.
Oh, excellent. That's the topic of tonight. Excellent.
And he's got Starry Night in the background too, the painting behind him. So.
All right, I'm going to share my
Perfect.
screen.
Perfect.
Now we'll start the slideshow. Okay, I'm going to see. You see that? Coming
Yes,
through?
we can see it. Yes.
So we always start with a warning about solar observing. There's only one way to safely observe, and that's with equipment that's designed to view the sun, either through special binoculars or telescope, or special sunglasses that you can wear that are often worn for a eclipse. So never use a telescope binoculars in the daytime unless you have the right filters installed. It's a really dangerous thing to do, and you cook your eyes and be blind the rest of your life. So always get someone that knows what they're doing with the proper solar telescope or solar binoculars, and never try this on your own. So let's say, first of all, we're going to do the answers from March 8th. Depending on your location, you might be able to see the aurora at different times during the year. Statistically, there are 4 months when aurora is more active. Was it A, B, or C? And the answer was A, March, April, and September and October. Northern lights form when charged particles emitted from the sun during a solar flare penetrate the Earth's magnetic field, collide with atoms in the atmosphere. They result in little bursts of light, and when the photons that make up the aurora, when they collide with oxygen, produces red and green. Is it true or false? And the answer is true. It does. Third one, can coronal holes on the sun cause aurora? Absolutely. The answer is yes. Okay, so now these were the correct answers from March 8th. Rich Kraling, Andrew Corkill, Cameron Gillis, Neil Cox, Teresa Pipette Plymate, Billy Beckett, and John Williams, and they will be added to the door prize list for the March drawing. All right, now the questions for tonight. As always, send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. Send them as soon as you can, but they have to be in by the end of the week. So secretary@astroleague.org. First one, and I'll take my little bit of time because when I try to answer these, I'm always writing these down like crazy. So NGC 2169, an open cluster in the constellation Orion up here, where he's holding his club. NGC 2169. What shape do the stars of this cluster form? A 73, B a 37, or C a 33? And here's NGC 2169. And as always, send answers to secretary@astroleague.org. Most of the planets in our solar system are named after what? Geological features, or ancient astronomers, or Greek or Roman gods. Okay, what are the planets in the solar system named after? Most, not all, but most. Third question, comets. This is a comet I got from NASA. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that, but this is a comet. All right. Okay. They inhabit the outermost regions of the solar system. How fast do they typically travel? As fast as an Indy race car? As fast as the International Space Station? Or do they travel near the speed of light? Okay, comets in the outer solar system. As always, send answers to secretary@astroleague.org. Answers have to be received by Friday, March 18th. And two quick announcements from the Astronomical League. Astronomical League Live will be back Friday, April 15th. I guess that's tax day, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Friday, April 15th, John Winskovich, the Lagrange points, and the James Webb Space Telescope. And the last thing is Astronomical League Live, the Astronomical League Convention, as we always call it, Alcon. The website is now live. Just became active, and I'll click on it and show you there. This is the convention site from the Albuquerque Astronomical Society. So you can start registering and seeing all kinds of information about the upcoming convention in July.
Great.
That's all I had for tonight.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. All right. Well, that's great. We will now go to our next speaker. Hold on for a second. I'm a little bit lost myself.
The third David.
Yeah, that's right.
But we
Okay,
had
all right.
tonight.
Well, you know the third David, Maxi, so I'll let you introduce him.
Well, thank you again. Now it's the turn of David Eicher. He is the producer of the Astronomy magazine. So, David, what's going to present us tonight?
Tonight, I'm going to be talking about radioactive minerals.
Oh, Nice. I see that you like besides astronomy, the geological parts of our Earth, and also I think astrogeological astronomy.
Yeah, well, I need
Kind
to
of.
have something to do during the daytime, and so you know, playing with rocks is a good thing. And this is how the universe makes planets, planetary geology, really. And so it's an interesting thing to look at how the substances come together and make up the stuff that we're standing on here. And these are
Excellent.
not, I will not be sending samples of these around to people, though, in this case tonight. These
Oh,
are dangerous rocks that you want to keep a distance from.
you don't keep them in your pocket or anything?
No, not for long, at least. Yeah, you can, but not for terribly long. And of course, the amount of energy that they emit varies a lot, but I'll talk a little bit about that too.
Okay,
Okay.
Should I take it away?
take it away.
All right, I will share my screen as always, and I will see if I can share the right screen as always, and I will see if I can start a slideshow as always, and talk a little bit about an unusual aspect of mineralogy, of planetary geology here, radioactives. This is a rhodochrosite crystal. It is not radioactive, but it's just setting the scene here. And as we always have as an introduction here to mineralogy, the universe is ordered, and it's assembled in a specific way by order. Thomas Jefferson said, "I believe in a divinely ordered universe." Long before Jefferson's time, Isaac Newton, one of our founders of modern science, said, "Truth is ever to be found in the simplicity and not in the multiplicity and confusion of things." The universe, as we've learned over the past several hundred years since Newton's time and before, is ordered not by supernatural design, but by the principles of physics. Minerals are interesting because they demonstrate that their atoms are assembled in precise ways by electrochemical attractions, and that's what brings the atoms together to assemble them in a specific way and guide them into what mineralogists call a crystal lattice. And so it is not magic, as Richard Dawkins likes to say, but it is nature doing its thing. Radioactive minerals are of interest for a variety of reasons, and of course they're dangerous, so you need to keep them at a distance, generally speaking. They're minerals or substances that contain unstable nuclei that are losing energy by radiation. Radioactivity by background, it was discovered in 1896 by Henri Becquerel and Marie Curie. The dangers of high energy radiation were noted even a year before that by William Röntgen when he discovered X-rays. And this led to lots of experimentation about high energy electromagnetic radiation. The dangers of radioactivity were understood pretty widely by the early 1930s. By 1938, you can see at the National Archives, sometimes it's on display and usually it's just on their website, the famous letter that Albert Einstein wrote to Franklin Roosevelt, recognizing that immense energy could be unleashed by radioactive elements in nuclear reactions, which led to the Manhattan Project, and by 1945, the ending of the Second World War, including, by the way, as a personal aside, the participation of a certain chemical engineer, John Eicher, who was at Columbia University in New York then. Many things in the universe are radioactive. All of us are radioactive, very weakly though. We have about 5,000 potassium-40 atoms that decay in our bodies every second. If you eat about 300 bananas or more per day, you can get radioactive poisoning through eating bananas. But generally, none of us are that hungry. Too much radiation exposure breaks down cellular structures and damages DNA, which causes cancers and other disease, of course, because of the ionizing radiation, the energy that's escaping from these radioactive elements. So we need to be careful with them, of course. Of the 118 natural elements that are known, 38 of them are radioactive. The most common one is uranium, which is shown here in a crystallographic diagram here. It's uraninite, rather, is shown here, which is uranium oxide, uranium and oxygen atoms, as you can see. And of course, the inverse square law is in effect in the universe for us all with electromagnetic radiation. So if you have radioactive specimens of things, whether it be really low level stuff like trinitite, the sand that was fused into glass at the Trinity site in New Mexico, or very hot stuff, as it's called radioactively. If you have all of this stuff, you can test this obviously with a Geiger counter, but if you have this stuff about 25 feet or thereabouts away from you, the radiation from this stuff drops back down, generally speaking, to the background radiation itself that's present always. So it's relatively safe, stored out of bounds of where you are spending all of your time. So I thought I would just show, as usual, some examples, some images of things that are in my collection in a safe place in the basement, a long distance from here. These are examples of radioactive minerals. I'll just quickly talk about them, talk through them. Zippyite is potassium uranyl sulfate hydroxide hydrate. It's the yellow stuff here on this rock, which is from a zone of radioactive uranium minerals in Utah. And you can see that a lot of radioactive minerals are very brightly colored for a variety of reasons here too. Tuyemnite is a calcium uranyl vanadate hydrate. This is in Arizona, where some of you are in particular areas of Arizona away from where you are, of course, is a very rich source of some radioactives as well. This is samarskite here, the dark stuff, yttrium, iron, uranyl, thorium, calcium, niobium, tantalum oxide. A lot of these combine quite a number of elements here, which is also from Pima County, Arizona. Decrespignite, yttrium rich, is copper, yttrium carbonate, hydroxide chloride hydrate. This is an Australian piece, and the bluish color here comes from the copper content in this flaky stuff. A lot of radioactive minerals are particularly dangerous to handle and be around because they're powdery, and some of the mineral flakes off as a sort of a surface coating on rock like this that you can see here. And of course, you don't want to breathe radioactive stuff either. That's not good for living things. David, I brought this one in your honor tonight. This is Davidite, lanthanum, cerium, yttrium, uranyl, iron, titanium hydroxide. It's not the most attractive specimen in the world, but it is an interesting Australian radioactive mineral here.
Well, thank you, David. That's really quite the thing. Davidite.
There you go. You have.
Should be Davidite.
It should be. We will have to get this renamed. This is not right. Yes.
Yeah, it's right. Thank you for mentioning that.
Of course. Sejkaite is sodium uranyl carbonate. This is from the Czech Republic here. And you can see there's that yellow greenish color once again. Here are fibrous needles of uranophane, which is calcium uranyl silicate hydrate from New Mexico, which is also a very rich area for radioactives in the United States. Uranocercite, barium uranyl phosphate hydrate. This is a Portuguese specimen that's just a very, very bright electric neon green, yellow-green color. These tabular crystals here. This is the most common of all the radioactives, uraninite, and it's also very hot. It's the black stuff that's up at the upper left of this piece, which is a German piece from the Father Abraham mine, if you will. Uranium oxide, pretty common stuff. Torbernite is again colored by copper atoms here, uranyl phosphate hydrate. From one of the most radioactive regions in the world, the Katanga Copper Crescent, where it was discovered, incidentally, if you want to look into this, a number of decades ago, that in prehistory, millions of years ago, there was so much radioactive stuff that formed in the Katanga region of the Congo that there was a huge radioactive event, explosive event that happened in prehistory underground in what's now the Congo. Interesting stuff to read about. Thorite is another fairly common radioactive mineral. This is a Russian specimen here, and this is just to show you some of the kind of variety here. Skladowskite. Okay, now we get back to Marie. Marie Curie, before she married Pierre Curie, was Marie Skłodowska, and so Skladowskite is named after Marie's maiden name. Skladowskite here from Mexico, this piece. Coffinite, which is very aptly named for a radioactive mineral, especially for those who didn't quite know and kept it in their pockets for too long. That's a Wyoming piece. Boltwoodite, another fibrous, very bright yellow, acicular and needle-like crystals here you can see in that piece, California piece. Gadolinite, there was an old, there's an element gadolinium, and so there's an old chemist's expression my dad used to say all the time, gadolinium. That was an expression as if something bad had happened. There, this is a Swedish piece here. Autunite, this is French stuff. That is another uranium-rich piece from France. Eschenite, which is a complex piece here. It's just the black, ugly stuff here, another Russian specimen. And here's a nice piece. This is maybe my favorite piece in my collection. That's Cuproskladowskite, named after Marie Curie, and it is copper-rich stuff that is very, very vibrant green, bright green stuff. So that's just kind of a quick walk through what some of the radioactive specimens look like in the world of mineralogy. And again, for myself and for Scott, I will quickly mention that this fall, we're going to hold the International Science Festival, Starmus, once again. It's going to be in the capital of Armenia, Yerevan, September 5th through the 10th. We will have dozens of speakers there, including Charlie Duke, Nicole Stott, Kip Thorne, George Smoot, Garrick Israelian, the Starmus founder, Jill Tarter, myself, many more to come to be announced, and a rock and roll show that will include many, many performers of note who will give us some music as well as the astronomy. Scott, you're going to be there at a major star party event we're going to put on there, as well as an astrophotography school with Explore Scientific telescopes there in force. So we're very, very excited about that. We will have a huge crowd looking at the sky with drinks in hand and guitars in hand and looking up at the universe. So we're going to have a lot of fun with that.
Sounds like the perfect event. So I can hardly wait. It's going to be awesome.
So I will,
and of course, everyone here is invited, right? So
of course,
right?
We'll be celebrating 50 years, a little bit more than this now, 50 years on Mars. We were hoping to do it literally 50 years, but it's going to be 51 years now, thanks to the pandemic. And I will stop sharing my screen.
There I go.
And thank you for paying attention to the world of planetary science once again.
Right. Thank you so much. And David, before you go,
Yes.
what can you tell us about the goings on at Astronomy Magazine?
We have as much going on at Astronomy right now as we ever have. And part of that is a bunch of secret surprises that are coming up in the next year, one of which I've just enlisted our friend David Levy to be involved with, which we can't quite talk about yet, but soon we will be able to. And another one is a big issue that's never been done before that's coming up, that's going to be a state-of-the-art look at astronomical art done in conjunction with our friends in Tucson, the IAAA, Kelsey Poor, and the people who put on Space Fest there. That's going to be an incredible issue coming down the road. And we're really excited next year because next year marks the 50th anniversary of the magazine. And so we will have a whole slew of special things going on, both in the magazine and in other ways next year to celebrate the 50th anniversary of what is the largest publication and brand celebrating our hobby in the world.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's going to be a fantastic couple of years here, so it's going to be great. All right, so we will move on to back to Maxi, and Maxi will introduce his guest, Harold Locke. Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. Well, my first guest of tonight is a friend that I've been knowing here in the GSP a couple of months ago. He also is an amateur astronomer. He sometimes when I post some pictures, he starts to talk to me and ask me questions, and also I ask him questions too. And his name is Harold Locke. How's it going, Harold?
Pretty darn good, Maxi.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
Well, God, I really do feel unworthy following David Eicher, following David and David, David, and they're all so eloquent and learned men, and I'm not. But anyways, yeah, thank you, Maxi, for all the help you give me. I have yeah, I would have been going around in circles, because I watch you on Star Party, the after party. You get into talking about what you're doing, and you've given me some brain breakthroughs. And then I called you up out of the clear blue sky. I think I've done that to Scott, and I don't know if it peed him off or not.
No.
But anyways, I do stupid stuff like that, and you answered. And you walked me through, we went on video, you walked me through everything. And by the time I got my 8-inch collimated, and I took the first picture. I haven't progressed much since then, but I got the field of view. My stars are in focus, overexposed, because that 8-inch Newtonian lets in a lot of light. And I hadn't planned on that when I was taking the pictures. So, but my journey, it's going to be beyond the future by the time I'm any good, is what I think. So it's definitely going to be a journey. And I put together a little presentation here about how I started, and thank you to Explore Scientific and everybody that's gathered around these star parties. And I haven't progressed very fast, as good as everybody else does in 6 months. Going on a little over 2 years, and I'm still a beginner. That I can say. I know that for sure.
I think everybody learns
me too.
together in our experience. So
yes,
I saw Scott's Neo Eyes this morning. It was pretty darn good. I think that was Scott's photo.
No, not mine. Not mine.
I was taken in Arkansas.
Yeah, but not me.
Okay, it was beautiful. Must have been Tyler.
I could have been Tyler. We do have some astrophotographers here.
Yeah,
that's right.
Okay. Anyways, does that show up on the screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Welcome to the issue of the screen.
Well, I think everybody has to do that, and then I tell them.
Yes, that's the ceremony that everyone comes here first. They have to have the issues with the screen. So
okay.
All right, Harold, you're sharing now.
Okay, I can see it. I now I actually understand it a little bit better. Okay, and I'm not going to lock up everybody's screen. I don't think. I can't do any more than that. Is that readable?
Yes, it's readable. And
okay.
Muchas gracias también, Harold.
Muchas gracias, Maxi. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for letting me come here and present my humble journey. Maybe I will enlarge that. I don't know. No, I don't know how to do it. Okay, anyways, I already have my ticket. I think I said my thank yous to Scott and Explore Scientific and all the great people that I've met here. Karim, Maxi, Nico the Hammer, Marcelo. I enjoy reading his articles all the time, and Skies Up. God, it's been tremendous. Anyways, I got my boarding pass from NASA. You know, at least my name is going to make it to Mars someday. And, you know, so sometime in 2026. Now, boing. Okay, my journey started somewhere around July 2019, right around my birthday. I have a cousin, Tommy, who lives down in Mexico. You know, he's down there pretty low. You know, he can see from where he's at. He's right around Chiapas, you know, right up there in the mountains. So he can see both south and north almost pretty darn good. And I don't think he gets Polaris very well. He should get it down there on the horizon. And then he does pretty good astrophotography. And my buddy John, the Stargazer, that's his real name. He's had it since the 70s when we met on Citizens Band Radio, talking skip around the world, being H&D. You know, I mean, hating discontent, causing a lot of grief for everybody. Power mongers, whatever you want to call them. And but he's a pretty darn good astrophotographer. He's a buff, and he informed me that, you know, buffs, you know, listen to him because he's a buff. But you know, we kind of beat heads, you know, and the same with Tommy. You know, I guess I'm hard to learn. I'm hard to teach. So you know, anytime they told me something, I went and tried it. And told me not to, I did it anyways. And then I had to listen to them, you know, tell me all about it. You know, so. But anyway, so John, I said I just made the mistake, I think, of saying, well, I want to get a telescope someday and look at the stars. You know, it wasn't even a week and a half later, I got this Celestron right here, this Celestron 4000, not a Celestron, Criterion with Bosch and Lomb optics, highly promoted by Carl Sagan, and as the thing to do. And it was just in time for the Hale Bopp. You know, and so he was really, you know, he was like me, you know, kind of a conspiracy theory guy, and you know, listened to Art Bell, and you know, and I'm only 20 miles from where the Hale Bopp collective was, you know, what were they at the Heaven's Gate? They were right down there on my doorstep.
Oh yeah,
they were right down there on my doorstep. So you know, we kind of, everybody around here was curious. You know, I think Scott was probably in the area then too. Correct?
I wasn't there, but I have a story about it as well. And I'll tell it sometime, but not tonight.
Okay. Anyway, so this Criterion 4000 4-inch SCT caused me a lot of grief. Over 200 hours worth of, or maybe almost 200 hours of trying to figure out how to make my Canon DSLR work on it. Didn't happen. And so I figured, well, you know, what the heck is the problem here? Oh, before I go to the next one, it actually gave me a really good, beautiful view of Saturn in that little SCT where I could see rings. You know, so, you know, I was hooked on that. And okay, I can see you guys yawning and going to sleep. Let me speed it up. Okay, so don't be saying no. Anyways, here's my first setup. I decided that that Criterion wasn't going to do it. I invested money on a Celestron 127 Alt Z with the 127 Maxkatov in it, and put my computers and old monitors and everything to use, and got out there trying to work with that. And you know, beautiful moon ray. Not so good on the planets, even at 1500 millimeter focal length. You know, I have to put a doubler on it, and then even to try to put in, you know, I guess take the doubler out. I got a nice little doubler. It came with 1000 millimeter lens. I bought all kinds of stuff trying to figure out what to do. But anyway, so doesn't do very well on planets without doing video, AVI videos, and then stacking. And so far, you know, I haven't really succeeded at stacking. Okay, and but a great thing. And so then, you know, the mount that came with the 127 SLT, the LZ, you know, not really good to get me anywhere I wanted to go. You know, everybody, John and Tommy, were yelling at me, "Oh, you gotta get you got to get you know, you got to get a camera." So another camera so I could trail the stars and lock in. My mind's not thinking about it right now. You know, got to get a finder scope. You know, no, I got the finder scope. What is it?
Guide scope.
A guide scope. I have to have a guide scope. You know, and you can get it real cheap. But everything I got that I started buying cheap, you know, turns right to rubbish right in front of me. All I do is look at it, play with it, my hands break. Okay. So anyway, so you know, so I got this mount. This mount will track, and it does pretty good. And I somehow, oh, I know what happened next is my hard drive on my computer's crashed when I installed the ASCOM platform, you know, and it contradicted
Ascom drivers.
No, the ASCOM drivers were working good.
Uh-huh.
They were working good with what I had. And then I had a separate program using Backyard EOS you know, for my Canon. And so, you know, I was running those separate. I was running, having good tracking and work with Carte CL, which supposedly works with, but I was running it, yeah, but I was running it separate from Backyard. And then you know, so I was just wanting to do the video because I can go up to 10 times and look at a planet and take AVIs 10 times, you know, through the back, you know, what do they call it? The video output on the camera will enlarge 10 times in the viewfinder, you know, and so, but then Backyard takes that video, runs that as an AVI directly, and so you can have a 10 times enlargement. So I could get planetary. I got some planetary shots. You can kind of see them up here at you know, those planetary shots were taken with Backyard.
Not bad.
No, they're not bad, but they're not what I want.
No.
They're not what I want. I want to see rock.
What
on the
astronomers
surface.
want and what they produce are often two different things.
Right, and then that's become a hard reality for me. Okay, but anyways, so after the computers crashed, I went to observing with binoculars, going to the basics, and I've actually been enjoying doing the basics, and you know, that's all I can say. I just enjoy doing the basics, and I'm learning the skies now. I'm going back into the summer sky, you know, the summer triangles coming back up. And so I'll have one full circuit on that. And I haven't learned everything, but what I have done, you know, Kent gave me this, brought it up using when he gave a lecture on the universe sampler, you know, from the Astronomical League, you know, star hopping or star walking, you know, using your fingers and, you know, counting it out. And so I'm learning where all the targets that you guys are teaching me to go. I can now almost pretty much point my scope in that right direction, go to my finder scope and park it right, as long as I've got it accurately tuned, right? Park my finder scope right on the target, and there she be. You know, I might not get it good until I start doing AVIs again, which means getting my laptop back up and working. You know, and so but so that's where I'm at now. Here's my latest picture of from the 8-inch. This was the first actual photograph from the 8-inch right there in Orion's Nebula and around there. And you know, not stacked, not timed, a little overexposed. But so last night I was out there and I was just playing with exposures, ISO and time exposures. And I came up, you know, right around 400 ISO and pretty quick, you know, less than 3 seconds or less on my exposures. So if I can do that on my video, once I get that going back, you know, I think that 8-inch Explorer Scientific Newtonian is going to do beautiful things. You know, it's a little smaller field of view than I thought, but I think I love it. I already love that. And then I got a little bit better, wider field of view, I think. I'm not sure, but I got this. I was looking in the ED80. I got it. I thought I broke it. right off the bat. I thought I broke it, and I was crying, and I was looking for everybody to blame. I sent hate mail into service at Explore Scientific, and then, I finally cooled down, and I said, well, Harold, it's really all your fault. You could have waited to ask somebody until somebody answered. I sent out emails right away. Nobody got back to me within 10 minutes. So I started flying and playing with it. So folks, if you get an ED80 and your lens cap is on really tight, don't twist it. I started twisting it one way. I kind of moved this way, and then it moved back that way. Oh, okay. I go, wow, is that the lens? And I wasn't noticing that it wasn't the lens cap turning. It was the bezel that held on the double convex lens right inside. It didn't take everything didn't come out. It's just that one forward lens
element.
Yeah, the very first primary. So I put it back in, and I must have got it just right, because when I tested the ED80 a couple nights later, when the skies opened up, everything looked beautiful. I had to rack and stack different elements, in order to get the focus I wanted with the one thing I was doing. So that's one thing that I learned with the newer, better, higher grade telescopes, is that each and every single one of them telescopes is going to be different, and you're going to have to learn what that telescope wants and needs from you in order to get what you want out of it. That's what I think, anyway.
Good advice.
Yes.
So like I said, and that's it. That's all I got, and I'm not going to go to any other directories. I don't know what's on that other side.
Well, in these 2 years, I think you get a huge advance with your gear, with your experience. Every one of us that is introducing in this particularly hobby, it turns some kind of, what happened if we could do this, or what happened if I did this, or why I did this. So the experience give us knowledge. So now you are starting to prepare for maybe, I don't know if you want to go for astrophotography, maybe
Everything.
go to, well, that's your you are producing your own path. Okay, so that's basically what astronomy does. It shows you a lot of cars that you maybe can pick one, you can pick another one, then maybe you say, no, I don't want to do any more astrophotography. Maybe I will do some science research, finding some comets, or maybe asteroids or something like that. And you have a huge possibilities here, a huge, and well, I'm honestly, I'm glad that you get this advance in the really short time,
Seems like forever.
I always say this is the only one way in astronomy. There's only a single way. You're not going in your backwards, or this is not for me. No, when you are here, I think it's for life.
I think so too. And it's Mike Wiesner is a big inspiration to me. He's a little bit older than me. He went through everything, and he did everything right that I didn't, as I passed through that same time period. And and I'm kind of, I kind of agree with him. If I can't go out and set up all that computer stuff and all that stuff, if it starts frustrating me, I'm not having fun. I'm getting pretty old and grouchy. Actually, I was a young grouch too. But if I can't go out there and have fun, in which observing, I always have fun.
Yeah.
You disconnect from everything else.
Right, and I talk to the stars. I talk to the creator, my creator, which is the universe itself. You know, and it's somewhat magical, David, if you're still there. Nice, hidden. But to me, it's magical. And, you know, so I got to go with it. But David's gone. I don't know. Hopefully he's not gone. But Scott, I know you were an extreme photographer. Did you remember ever using these Weston
Oh, yes.
light meters?
Yes, I had, actually, I used to have the light meter before that. And I can't remember the name of it, but it was like a long cylindrical pipe, and you would turn it until you matched a kind of a half silver dot over the field of view that you were looking through. So it was kind of like one of the first spot meters. But yes, I had Weston spot light meters. For
Now,
sure.
when I was researching these and looking them up, that's a radioactive element in there.
So that's what's wrong with me.
I have no idea. Weston, you know, but yeah, you know, I was looking them up, looked up the part number. Mine's a model 737. But yeah,
Great
radioactive.
piece of equipment.
That's why I wanted to bring that up, talking about radioactive elements.
Thank you, Harold. That's great. All
So
right.
I'm out of here. Hey, I enjoyed myself. Hopefully I didn't talk too fast. I got too excited there, I think. But
I understand you. So I'm from the south, and I think you talk very clear, and you know, you generate these sparks that brings to another people to get encouraged to continue with astronomy.
I hope so. You know, because I'm trying to get any niece or nephew that even says they're interested. I send them a pair of binoculars, or you know, I got a couple of them out there. I send them telescopes. Other friends that say, well, you know, I kind of like that. I buy the Galileo scope from Explore Scientific. I sent that. I sent Celestron's basic travel scope. You know, whatever's at the market price that my pocketbook will handle at that time. Boom, I slam them with it, and I send them a copy of the Universe Sampler from the Astronomical League.
So Tarek in the UAE saying that is the spirit of Astro, and he's right. It's the spirit.
Hey, Tariq.
So,
and I'm out of here. I'm gonna
okay.
hang out on this side for a while, but I gotta go check on Mom. I thought I heard her say my name, so hopefully everything's right.
It's okay.
Later. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Harold, for joining us tonight.
Okay.
Well, continue with the schedule. Tonight we have another friend of mine that I think we know. Well, we will be talking through the pandemic period, but we met, I think, last year when we started doing some astrophotos to the a galaxy for the Milky Way in a farm area with another friend of us. I'm talking of Sebastian Jeremias. He is an amateur astronomer that he's starting to, I don't know, maybe 2 years, Seba?
Yeah, 2 years. I'd say astrophotographer, not astronomer like you guys.
Well, I think everybody started like an amateur astronomer. Now we are amateur astrophotographers, I think.
So yeah, I think I'm much less of an astronomer than an astrophotographer. I'm rather on the photography side. I just don't want to get all sort of questions on astronomy. I can reply answer. Thank you. I can talk about photography, not that much about astronomy, but I love it. Of course, I love it.
Well, Sebastian, it's all yours. Talk of what you want to show us tonight, and let's hear it.
All right. Thanks a lot for having me again. Same mistake twice. So today I wanted to talk about, I wanted to show you around my implementation of OnStep. So OnStep is an open source automation platform, let's say, and I used it for automating my NEQ5 mount. You can see it right there. So I bought it without any motors or anything. It's a plain version. And as soon as I bought it, I knew that I wanted it for astrophotography, and I was well aware that it was going to be a long trip. So as soon as I put my camera there, so I before this, this is the 200-1000 from Skywatcher, and I had a very cheap Galileo telescope, a very small one, but I got to love it quite a lot. But at some point, it was clear that I wanted more than that. So I bought this telescope. And as soon as I put my camera there, it was amazing. I just couldn't believe the pictures of the moon and planets I could get, even without any motors. So I started playing around, dig a little deeper into it, try to do some photos of deep sky objects, even without motors, for which we don't have Nico here, but he's great at that with his Dobsonian telescope. I was not that great, for sure. So I decided to go one step forward and motorize my mount. So I started looking for options, and I came across this project. It's called OnStep. It's run by a guy named Howard Dutton. I think he's German, living in the US. I have nothing to do with the project itself, but I'm so glad that that I built it, and that it gave me so much pleasure and joy over these 2 years, more than 2 years now, that I feel like it's kind of a retribution to spread the word. So, and like in everything you really like, you want to show it up, so show it around. So let me share my screen. I hope, yeah, I'm not new anymore, so it worked right at first. So this is the homepage for the project. It's based on Arduino, and you can control. So you can go from a very basic implementation like mine, like the one you're seeing right next to me, which only between quotes, it only does tracking and go to. And you can add whatever you like. Well, not whatever you like, but you can add a lot of features. You can add dew heaters. You can do guiding. Not with the, well, yeah, it has an ST4 option, which I didn't build, but you can you can build a hand control via the ST4 interface. And you can use an auto guider like Scene Guider, for example, connected directly there, and send guide pulses to the mount. You can connect the mount to your laptop and use PhD2, whatever features any professional high-end mount would give you, right? You can have temperature control, weather control in general. You can even control your dome. Like this guy, he built a whole house for his telescope, and it's separated from his house, so it's completely fully automated. So it's quite awesome, and it's open source. My implementation, so you have like several different mainboards that you can use. I went with MakerBase Gen L V1 when I implemented it. you can use STEM32, mini PCB, Max STM. There are many different options. The MakerBase Gen L board, that's a 3D printer board, and he adapted it to control the telescope, and it works amazingly. I mean, I cannot even express the happiness every time I plug it in and start controlling it from my phone. It's unbelievable. So as I was saying, you can build an ST4 hand controller. You can add a Bluetooth module, which is what I chose. You can add a Wi-Fi module and control it via Wi-Fi. And the greatest thing, I think the best thing of this is that the wiki, it's so comprehensive. It has so much great information. And the forum, he himself, Howard, he's not 100% full-time dedicated to this, but the amount of time that he spends on this and the amount of knowledge and experience that he has and the will that he has to share all those knowledge with everyone, that's amazing. I think it makes this project just unique. They even have, so let me start with this. So the very first step that I took was building this spreadsheet with the components that I needed. So this is the main board. This is the stepper motors. They are NEMA 17, pretty standard. The stepper motor drivers, which I used TMC 2208, the Bluetooth module. These were the brackets for the stepper motors, but I ended up having them printed in 3D. I didn't even have a 3D printer back then, but the first try I made by buying them from somebody else, it worked perfectly. They fit perfectly. And the pulleys, the belt, and this is pretty much all you need. So if anyone is interested in this list and you have an EQ5 that you might think you want to motorize, I'll be happy to share these links with you, and it'll save you a lot of time. Then you have this spreadsheet. You download it from the site. You enter your configuration here. This is from the stepper motors. How many steps for a full revolution? This is the micro steps from the drivers. This is the gear relation between the pulleys. And this is the amount of teeth of your mount. Everything is documented. If not in the on-step side, it will be somewhere else, or maybe your mount's manufacturer. And this is the slew rate that you want, right? This is limited by the software itself. So if this is the fastest slew rate I can go with my implementation, actually this is the default, and I can go up to, I think, 3.2 degrees per second. So the spreadsheet will calculate everything that you will need to then go on to this step, which is a generator for the configuration. So you put in all your information here from the spreadsheet, all the numbers, everything is very well explained. And if not, you can go, there's a separate wiki page that explains all this in much more detail than here. You put your drivers here, your features, the time source if you have, the buzzer if you have one. You can do periodic error correction if you have a sensor, a Hall effect sensor or an optical one. You can put it in there and control periodic error on the motors. You can use sensors for home sensors or limit, like slew and limits. And then you press generate and it downloads the whole configuration file. right? Which is, if you know Arduino, you're familiar with this interface. You just open it here, and with time, I mean, when I first installed it, this was much more complex. You had to tweak well, not much more. I mean, it was just 2 or 3 files. Right now, they upgraded that. They rewrote, refactored all the configurations to be on this single file, the config.h. Everything is pretty clear. You just have to adjust the variables here. Well, first of all, you only need to copy paste this, and it should work. Like I can do, well, sorry, I've been doing this for, oh yeah, I didn't enter the values here, but I have a config file here. This is what the configurator side gives you.
It's like a script. Is that right?
Yeah, it runs a script and creates the config.h file. You just copy paste all this into the config.h file, and then you verify it like you normally do with Arduino. If you're not familiar with Arduino, you don't even need to be, because it's just a very few simple steps to get it done. You upload it to your mainboard, which is the mount actually, while connected to the USB port, and that's it. You got a working implementation. Of course, you need to mount the motors, they have the right pulleys, the right belts, and so there's this side to calculate your belts. It's really simple. It's really cheap, and I'm in love with it. So I've been using it for 2 years now, and 2 weeks ago I would have said without any single issues at all, but then I had some issues with my laptop. So while trying to fix them, I decided to upgrade the on-step version, which was like in version 2 something, and they are in version 4 now. I completely messed it up. Honestly, I learned now
that's how you learn, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know much more than what I did 2 years ago. So I spent my last 2 weeks trying to fix it, and I got it working today. And not only working, but I got it to work much smoother. It doesn't make any noise at all, and it's even faster. So I have a video, but I'm confident enough to do a live demo. So let me show you.
Oh, you're going to do a live demo. Okay.
Yeah, and actually, I found out just today, a couple hours ago, that I can connect my laptop through the Bluetooth port and use it from car to cielo. So that's what I'm doing right now. I don't have any. Actually, this is the USB cable. I just unplugged it. So it's already connected, and it's parked, and it's tracking. So you can see here, I don't know where is it pointing at, but let's say I want to go to Orion, and telescope, slew, and there you go. Do you hear it?
No, I don't hear it.
Me neither.
That's what it's supposed to sound like. It's supposed to sound like nothing.
Exactly, that's the point. So yeah, there it goes.
You know, in my mount, when I put the go-to, it starts to get like it was a slaughterhouse or something like that when started the chainsaw, you know, and
oh man.
I remember that I read in a forum that says, "Now don't worry, the mount does that kind of sound." Okay, so when I hear, oh man, I think no, if I don't read that forum, I say, oh my God, this is broken. What happened with the step motors? No.
Yeah,
So,
it's in the
Sebastian,
drivers and the motors.
what website do they go to look at the software?
So this is the link. And I can do so I think my next move here will be to implement the periodic error correction, sorry. So that's the link.
Okay.
You can find everything there. So I can do exposures of up to like 15 seconds without any trails. But if I go up to 20, then I would have to like throw rubbish half of the photos. So I stick to 15 seconds right now. I'll park it. So that's it's I think it's due to the motors themselves, probably something with the brackets. They are 3D printed. I was trying to print new ones a couple weeks ago before going to the fields in dark skies with Maxi and the guys. I spent like 3 days trying to print something that worked, but it didn't. So I stick to the old bracket. But so in that weekend, and I want to show you, I got my very first amazing picture of Orion.
Wow.
This is, yeah. So this is 15-second exposures.
Yeah.
ISO 6400s. And it's, I mean, I just can't believe I took this photo, honestly. And this is why I'm so glad. I mean, it has a lot of problems, of course. You can see coma here. There's some overexposure on the bright zones, but the fact that I'm able to do this with my in-house own build mount, it's just incredible. I just can't believe it. And again, I get that feeling every time I plug it in.
Yeah, it's like you climb the top of Mount Everest, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
It's
exactly.
awesome.
So I have this also, the Tarantula Nebula.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Pretty happy with it as well.
Yeah. I would be more beyond happy with it. I would be very, very proud of it. So that's great.
Yeah. And it was this is the video that I got today in case the live demo didn't work. So yeah, this is from that weekend. Actually, this is you, Max, right?
Yes, it's me. I think
so. That's you.
I was pointing to maybe this was the second night that Diego told me that point to M100. Do you remember? He said, Maxi, point there, and
I remember. Yeah, I remember.
There was a lot of galaxies, but I have a LED light, a tiny LED light that was brightening or reflecting some kind of way the camera corrector, and no, the pictures, they got rushed. But no, yes, I think it was that night. Of course, there was some mates, wines, chorizo, the gastronomy part.
The social part, yeah. And this is Nico.
Yeah, I think he
Nico
was drawing.
Yeah, he was drawing it, right? Yeah. Yeah,
that's
and
awesome.
this was this guy. Yeah, and this was this guy with a 350 Dobsonian. The things we saw with the telescope, it was just amazing. Just amazing. The Needle Galaxy, the Hat Galaxy. It was, man, it looked just like in pictures. but through the
With your eyes.
ocular. Yeah, it was amazing. All right, so that's pretty much what I had. Again, this on step can be used for many different things, even for Dobsonians, even for alt-azimuth mount, and you can go as small or as big as you like. There are observatories using it. So if you're interested in it, I'm here. I'll answer any questions that I could. And if not, you can rest assured that these guys will be able to.
Okay.
Well,
All right. I do have a question for you, Sebastian. Are you on the forum, like a discussion group for this on step?
I am there. I usually
Okay.
get a lot of emails that I might not read because it's a, I mean,
Too many.
it's a large amount of emails.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm there. But if you want to reach out to me, this is my Instagram. That's the best way to
Okay.
go.
All right. Let me put that out there.
There you go.
Thank you.
And this is from that night, from the
That's
soon-to-be observatory.
we remember that we are starting taking pictures, and Seba says, guys, I went out of the observatory to take pictures, and he went alone in the darkness and with his only flashlight red. And then you start to hear the pigeons, the I don't know what kind of animal
bats.
was that. Yeah, and some kinds
Mammoths
of strange
coming on.
noises. And he was there, like nothing, taking pictures, and
What the heck this guy doing?
yeah.
I
was
love
a-
it though. Looks like you're being drawn into the vastness of the southern universe there with the large and small Magellanic clouds and
Yeah.
Milky Way.
Yeah,
It's cool. It's really cool.
thanks.
I was looking at this image, maybe with Maxi,
Yes, I was.
because we were discussing how astronomers in the southern hemisphere do polar alignments. So
Oh, the hard way. We do it the hard way.
we're spoiled up here. We are.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Sebastian, thank you,
All right.
man.
Thank you,
Gracias,
guys.
Seba.
Thanks a lot.
All right. So I will talk a little bit about Maxi. Maxi is up next, and he has given many presentations on Global Star Party. We were chatting back and forth on with Tarek, and Tarek is thinking about getting up and giving a presentation here, and we really hope he does. But one of the things that I think all of us that give presentations have learned is that you just got to let things kind of loose and let it go. And if you make a mistake, so what? And, you just keep on moving through the topics because, you know what you're talking about. And, but I will admit, my first presentations back in the 1980s, I had horrible stage fright and completely forgot what I was going to talk about. So, so that's, I find it hard to imagine that I was that afraid back then to give talks, but the world's greatest presenters, news people, actors, actresses, people who get paid a lot of money to do this, all make mistakes. So, who are we? So what we are is we're here to guide the audience and try to help them along to understand their lifestyle a little bit better, or to inspire them to get involved in outreach. Because, astronomers, as Tarek mentioned in the chat, we are, we understand that we're all connected, through astronomy and through really one universe. So, but Maxi is a great friend to amateur astronomers everywhere. I can't even begin to count how many global star parties he's been on or how many hours he's actually devoted to the audience. He often would be at the end of global star parties to share, and the after parties we would be up until, for him is much later than me, but I would be up till sometimes midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, and for him it's like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So he's really devoted himself to helping others in that way, and therefore, we are making Maxi an Explorer Alliance ambassador, and trying to recognize him a little bit for all of his hard outreach work that he does, his selfless work. And so thank you, Maxi, for all you do, and I'm turning it over to you.
Well, thank you, Scott. It's a pleasure to me to be an Explore Scientific ambassador because I think with having supporting of this company and this of course of your support and everyone's supports, it helps you to spread the word, to spread the spark of astronomy in kind of way. And I'm, I like I said more earlier to you, I like to talk too much. I enjoy to show to another person, trying to get more with simple details to explain what astronomy is. I don't know, Seba, if you remember when the neighbor of the observatory came. I realized then everyone's almost has left, but I was talking to one person and explaining all the sky, all the objects, and I remember pointing with the laser to M42, and so I say, Maxi, I'm taking pictures. And I didn't realize, because I get involved to, of course, he wants to learn, and I knew that he was listening and he was understanding what I was saying. And that kind of feeling is like you are giving to another person some kind of knowledge that you transmit across the time. For example, in the past we had books, we have more in the past we have when the books doesn't exist, we have the lyrics, in the in Spain, for example, they have to tell stories about heroics situations of, for example, the seed championship of the seed campeador. There wasn't books about that. There was always singing to spread that kind of heroic situations. And then with the books, we start to, I think Carl Sagan says that when you read a book, you starting to see how that person think in that time, and you starting to getting alive again that person. Yes. And maybe that person, it doesn't exist for almost, I don't know, 200 years or more, but you are still feeling in that way in your mind that person, what we thought, what he thought, what was his proposed to read to write that book. Or today we have a lot of technology that help us to record some video that you can put it in the web, and that's another kind of world that we have today. And I don't know what we could in the future, but like I said, I I encourage to people to that obviously maybe I think not too much they care about astronomy, astrophotography. They get surprised, but some again the guy star or the planetary guy, and you have a lot of subjects, but in kind of way you start to get a cost. You accept that because they see you like a person that knows that this. And I remember when something happens or in the sky, or maybe some kind of friend says me, Maxi, do you see this? What do you think about this? Maybe, I don't know, the starlings, for example. And or maybe they saw a meteor crossing the sky in light pollution sky. They saw that bright light, and it's good to feel that you have this kind of reference that you can help to another one to evacuate that doubts in this case of astronomy. So I'm really glad to be part of the Expert Scientific Ambassador, and of course everyone who wants to ask me any question. I didn't grow up knowing everything. I don't know and a lot of things in my life. I don't know too much, but what I can know, what I know is that I can bring to you my knowledge of my experience of, and also my my reads or what I was doing. So well, that's my little speech for this. Thank you to you, Scott, and the audience.
Yes, thank you. That's
Well,
great.
let's get to our little presentation. I was doing a couple days ago. Well, I had again issues with the collimation because I don't know how my secondary mirror goes a little twisted, but I was practicing almost 3 nights continuing. And I say, oh no, okay, now it's collimating. Then when I start to take pictures, it wasn't collimated. But then I start again to another night and then continue. And I don't get anger this time. I try to be calm, but because you don't, like Harold said, you don't enjoy this hobby. So I say, okay, tomorrow will be another day. Maybe with a cold mind, I will get more something that I couldn't see this night because I want to see this and everything. So, well, let me share my screen. Okay, do you see it?
Yes.
Excellent.
You see
So
folders.
yeah, this is from the the first night I delete the subframe because I don't like to see the stars twisted. I honestly have this TOC in me, but that's kind of the astrophotography part of me. So basically, well, let me Stellarium show you where I was pointing to. No, sorry. Here, this is the app of Stellarium. It will get full windowed, but I didn't open before. Now I'm regret. Okay. Do you see Stellarium?
Yes.
Great. Let's put some deep sky objects. Yeah. here's the south. This is the southern polar that we talked with Scott a couple days ago. Do you remember how to point to the southern South Pole, Scott?
The 4 little stars there.
Yeah, with the southern cross, you with your 2 fingers start to 4.5 times to get this place, and a little bit down is the southern celestial pole. So I was starting to do some pictures of some kind of galaxies that we have here in this place in Centaurus, and I started with NGC 4945. This is a galaxy that's really awesome to watch it through a telescope, and also with light pollution skies, you almost kind of to see it. Let me remember what. Here it is. The galaxy, the Pinzas galaxy. Well, this is. Let me put how it's going to get the frame. Well, this is the field of view of the square is the sensor of my camera, and with the field of view of my scope. So this is the galaxy, but here we have another one, and this brightest star, also in Centaurus. And I stuck at this, but I realized that it wasn't good collimating. But let me show you how it looks this place, taking pictures of 3 minutes, and with pollution skies. Here's this lenticular galaxy. He's here, NGC 4976, and also we have the 4945 galaxy. This is a huge galaxy that has a lot of dust clouds of dust. It has really contrast. And well, like I say, I don't like here's the stars, they are not rounded. So I'm really upset. The image, if you see it in the far in this kind of field of view, it looks really great, but they are, in this case, they are more is stretched, and this wasn't the I don't know how to say it. You can see here in the center it's more rounded, but when you go to the corner, it's more like stretched. Here is really awful. So I was doing almost, I don't remember a lot of pictures of 3 minutes. There was 46 subframes, but like I say, I didn't like the star, so I say no, that's not this night. Also, I went to this place, is in, I think it's in Virgo, because I really love this kind of spiral galaxy. And also we have this lenticular, it was in the region of NGC 5363 region. And also I love this field of view of that galaxy. And I remember there was another one. Let me see, it wasn't the last one. Yeah, it's above here. There's a tiny galaxy. There's another one, and there are also too many galaxies little there. But in this case, I had pollution skies. I had to do a lot of nights, and I didn't like it again. There was the collimated scope. So the next day, I was preparing again, and I say, okay, Maxi, let's do it. You have time, the moon is still up, you have the light moon, and you can do too much pictures, but here's pictures of Leo, of constellation. This is watching to the north. You can see it's upside down, like you see. In this place is the triplet of Leo in this area. But I think here's the head, and here's the tail, and then the foot of the lion. So, well, this is I remember it was 8-second exposures. You can see here's the brightest moon. The neighbor has the LED light on, but well, the orange light is because I have a Mercury light in the street for now, and I think in a couple of months it will be LED. So this will be white, and I will try to get off some kind of way. But I was trying to do the collimation, and when I get the collimation, I was almost half an hour only. I say, okay, Maxi, that's it. You start to practice. Let's go to, again, from the same region, but to the global cluster Omega Centauri. So this is it's near from there. I have a lot of time because it's almost at the zenith when we take pictures. This is only a single frame of 1 minute exposure, for example. In this case, I have the stars more rounded, more circular stars. So I say, okay, Maxi, that's it. Start to take pictures. I did only almost 1 hour. And yesterday I finally get the process in PixInsight, and here is what I got. You know, I get a little more color stars, the orange and bluish stars, and you know, watching this, and of course it doesn't compare to watch it through your eyes, because this score, when you see it through a telescope and start to see that shiny little stars feeling in your retina, is an incredible experience. And it's like you are watching a huge diamond shining across the space. And but you can see these amazing global clusters with small telescopes and also with binoculars. And if you have not pollution skies, you can see it like a star, but it doesn't start. There are hundreds of thousands of stars. So then I was completely in the area. Then, and I went to the Centaurus A galaxy. Here is the field of view that I had with the scope and with my camera, and I start to take pictures for 3 minutes, and I did almost 4 hours of stacking. And this is a single subframe that I took to see the difference. And I was processing with flats, and I didn't like it too much how it goes, but right now I'm starting processing again. You can see
Oh, that's nice.
The stacking.
Yes.
I didn't dither with the scope, but it doesn't matter. But I'm starting to process this again, because the details of the galaxy there was extremely beautiful. You know, watching this cloud floating in the nowhere, and also the brightest core and the violet core here, and also the shining place that illuminates this galaxy is incredible. And also here there's dust. That this is a lenticular galaxy, but we have this kind of shape of our position, you know, and that's allow us to watch how it looked like. Right now I'm stuck in, I did stuck again without flats. You know, here is the stacking, and now I only did the DBA to get more flatter the background, and this is only a single stretch. So let's see what will. In this case, I don't have that kind of scratching in the background like here. Let me show you the example. This scratching to the left to the right. Well, this is looks like this. Let me turn. I think in this case it looks better. That's scratching. Well, this is when you don't get dither. Dither is to help you to not get this, because the hot pixels and the noise on the background will not get in the same place, because the dither what it's going to do is when you take a picture, when it's finally stop that processing of pictures, move a little to another place, the mount, trying to not get still center the object, and then starting to take another picture, and then to move to another place. And doing that kind of way, it helps you to get more smooth background. But here with the light pollution and, well, the flats, I think that I didn't go well. So I was trying to do it again, and you can see that here in this place, there's not that scratching. So let's see what can do. I don't know, maybe today or tomorrow, but this is an amazing galaxy. And also watching this through a telescope, you can see the core brightening, and also this bar of gas and dust floating there. You know, it's amazing place. Well, let's see what more later what I can get. I will show you this particular picture in my Facebook page and Instagram page. So, well, this is for tonight. I hope that you like it, and I say again, Scott and everyone in Sports Scientific, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be an ambassador to you, and I will do my best that I can and more, because
you already do your best. It's great.
Well, thank you.
So, thank you so much, Maxi. That's great.
Thank you too.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Up next is yes, it's awesome. It's awesome. We can expect much more from Maxi in the future, I think. So yes. And I can't wait to get to Argentina to actually meet these guys in person. So it's going to be fun. Up next is Professor Karim Jaffer. He is with the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, the Montreal Center. He's a professor of astronomy, and Karim does an amazing job in outreach. He's always bringing on new people, which I love. And I've said it many times before. This is the guy that I wish if I had had an astronomy professor, I wish it had been him. He explains the complicated in a way that almost anybody can understand, and he makes everything sound so inspiring. Thank you, Karim, for coming on.
Well, thank you so much, Scott. But I'm actually going to defer to start before I even talk anything about what's happening with the RASC. This past Sunday, we had a fantastic workshop from the Cosmic Generation. So if Nathan can come on and tell us a little bit about what happened this past Sunday.
Sure, and thank you so much for having me again. It's great to be on here. So this past Sunday was the second official workshop of the Cosmic Generation. Of course, the first one was Tara's presentation on extremophiles and extraterrestrial life. This one was on the size and scale of the universe. And we wanted to do this because these youth who are clearly interested in astronomy, if they ever look up in the sky, they're really only getting half of the view because, I mean, you see objects in the sky, but you don't really have a great sense of how big they are. So I wanted to do this presentation to give a better sense of scale on how large these objects actually were. And I think it went really well. There was a bit of link difficulties at the beginning, but we resolved that. And the whole thing was probably an hour and 45 minutes. I think that it went really well and people were enthusiastic. There were several questions and I realized I missed a lot in the chat because I was sharing my screen. I couldn't see the chat. So I think
it was really dynamic. You had a lot of the youth asking and like wanting to talk a lot about it, and even the discussion afterwards, you really set them up to some really good perspective on the universe.
I think so, and I think it went really well. I think, well, I heard from some people that their kids were talking a lot about it afterwards, so I'm glad that we managed to inspire them in that way.
Definitely.
I would just say for next time that if it's a dual presentation, someone should be monitoring like the chat, could be reading out the questions, which I think is great to know for next time. There were several questions written to me afterwards, after the presentation had ended. And my personal favorite was, do you have a life?
This is a pretty good reply.
I mean, yes, I do have a life, but I can see why they'd want to ask that. Yeah.
You know, that's one of the things about outreach is people see the effort we put into our outreach and they're like, but wait, where do you find the time? But when you're passionate about something like you are, you find that you even have your web comic that still goes.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun.
That's fantastic. And I want to point out that the things that you're talking about are things that we all go through as growing pains when we're running events. And that's what's wonderful about this Cosmic Generation is that the youth executive and the workshop presenters learn the same things that a lot of us learn much, much later in life. And so you get to learn them early enough that hopefully this will prove to be a valuable skill for you.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
And you'll see on the graphic here on the screen that the Cosmic Generation is being supported in part by both the RASC and the Astronomical League, as well as Explore Alliance. And Bella Grant, one of the workshop producers for this past Sunday, she's currently working with Explore Alliance to put together a youth newsletter by the Cosmic Generation, and it's for kids by kids. And that's kind of the whole purpose behind this. And so Nathan, on behalf of all the mentor group, you did a fantastic job this past Sunday, and we're looking forward to seeing what the Cosmic Generation dreams up next.
Thank you. And I know there was a bit of talk. One of our newest members, Dalali, she is interested in doing a talk about the James Webb Space Telescope next month. So hopefully we can get that set up, and that might be our next workshop topic.
That sounds fantastic, especially because it should be coming online within the next 2 months. So we're looking forward to starting to get some data. Yeah, definitely. If you're interested, how do they reach out to you at Cosmic Generation? Can you put the email address in the chat, and Scott will put it in for youth that are watching?
Sure, yeah, I'll do that right now.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you, Nathan. So again, as Scott was saying, I'm coming to you from the RASC Montreal Center, as well as Reach Out and Touch Space and the University Lowbrows. But for the University Lowbrows, you're much better off listening to Adrian. He's got a lot more pull with those guys. I wanted to talk to you today a little bit about looking beyond. I love the theme that Scott and Maxi came up with for today. But before I do want to do a brief check-in with our Montreal Center. And I want to let you know, if anybody's interested, that we do have our next Citizen Science Series episode tomorrow. We have Francois Canel, who was with us in last week's Global Star Party. He's going to be going in depth into that star tracker that he built for wide field astrophotography. And then I've got a little bit to share on the project experience that my students have done in the past, as well as some of the projects that they're working on this term, including a video put together by one of my former students on the very first exoplanet transit project that we did with the RASC. So if you're interested, you can come and take a look. And we're also presenting one of our very, very exclusive RASC Montreal Center double star certificates. And David Levy is one of our certificate holders, so I hope he'll be there as well to congratulate the new certificate member. Our public event, our March public event, we decided to wait a week, and rather than do it with the full moon, we're going to do it with Earth Hour. Earth Hour, as a lot of you know, is on Saturday, March 26th, starting at 8:30 for 1 hour. We ask people to turn down the lights and to enjoy a little bit of what the Earth actually has to offer for not just our night view here on Earth, but the animals that we can listen to, the night sky that we can see. And so to honor it, in the hour and a half leading up to it, we're going to be talking about a couple of aspects of Earth Hour. And we have Tim Doucette from Halifax Center of the RASC. He is deepskyeye.com, and he's been leading an initiative there to cap lighting to try to save what are really good dark skies for Nova Scotia. And Lisa Ann Vanning, one of our audience members here and during the Sunday Night Astronomy show with Astronomy by the Bay, Lisa Ann is also a member of the RASC Halifax Center, and she's going to be talking to us about how animals respond to different astronomical events. So I'm really excited to hear that, both of those presentations. You can join us for free on March 26th. It's a direct link straight into the presentation, bit.ly/earth2022, and that will be posted on our Facebook page for the RASC Montreal Center in the coming days. I'm a little bit behind on those things. As some of the Astronomical League members know, I led a discussion about a month back, just under a month back, on the use of electronically assisted astronomy for outreach. And we're going to be having another talk on using electronically assisted astronomy and co-modal meetings for centers to really start to adapt to what our new reality is going to be. I know a lot of centers now have been going online with their meetings, but once we're back in person, we don't want to lose that web contact. And Scott's been fantastic for the Astronomical League, leading the Astronomical League Live and the convention and really kind of providing that platform. Most of our centers are trying to come up with how they can best do that co-modal type of offering so that both our local members, as well as now our national and global audience, can participate in some of the things that we do. I'm also happy to let you know our RASC Insider's Guide to the Galaxy is still going every other Tuesday. And now it features the Messier Minutes because we're in the Messier Marathon season. And so Chris Vaughn and Samantha Jewett talk a lot about just everything the night sky has to offer, but specifically different Messier targets that are perfect for that next 2-week window. And right now we're starting to get to the full moon, but afterwards we've got that waning moon coming. And that waning moon is the perfect time to try to get to some of these dark skies observations. Last thing with my check-in, I just want to mention to you, last year we got to see the results of our awesome creation station that we put together from the Education and Public Outreach Committee in Canada. We are expanding it this year. Instead of going from ages 5 to 12, we're jumping all the way up to age 17. We're inviting drawings, we're inviting stories, poems, and this year we're going to have a special category focus on the moon. And that's specifically with the Artemis project, the Artemis mission, because Artemis 1 should be launching very shortly, and Artemis 2 will feature the first Canadian to visit and orbit the moon. Not land on the moon, but at least orbit the moon. And then if all goes well, Artemis 3 will have the first woman and the first African American to land directly on the surface of the moon. So
Awesome.
We want to talk a lot about that, give a focus to that. Sorry, Scott, go ahead.
No, I said that's awesome. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
So we're hoping by May that we have enough in-person events that we can share the moon again with the audience, and we can, lead them in crater sketching and just seeing the moon, seeing the craters, understanding what they're seeing up there, the phases of the moon, and just start to turn the attention back towards the moon. Now, today, you all know I try to do something related to the topic, and when I heard looking beyond, in my mind, I thought there's two ways I can go with this. I can go kind of looking beyond the thing that you see, or I can go, looking beyond as really, really, really far away. And I decided to go with looking beyond the naked eye. And I'm only going to take a few minutes on this. I just want to mention one particular tool. But before I do, I think I have to mention that with the naked eye, we can see a lot. And in class, because somehow Scott definitely is eavesdropping on my classes, I seeded today the idea of Hipparchus looking at the stars and seeing their magnitudes. And I'm going to be talking a lot about that on Thursday. But what I showed my students was the best version of what Hipparchus tried to do that I've ever seen, which is the Teskey star maps. And I talked to them about how, if you go out to a dark sky, you can literally see thousands of stars. Yeah. This star map in front of us has 5,800 stars plotted out for their position in the night sky. And if you go and zoom in, you can actually see the names of the stars, the constellation line that give you a little bit of the idea of where those stars are. So even to the naked eye, which we tend to discount in the urban centers because you can't see very much, when you go to a dark sky, you can see so much. But as the Astronomical League warns us, every global star party, the one thing you don't want to use for your naked eye is to look at the sun. So as astronomers, when we go to look at the sun, we put a sun filter, right? And you take a visual light telescope, you put a solar filter on it, and only when you put the solar filter on it do you finally turn it towards the sun, and you see a little image like this. Now, if you have a better telescope, still naked eye visible, you could actually filter out everything but the hydrogen alpha. And then you get to see a lot more detail. And if you take a picture and you process it the way Gary Palmer has taught us, you can see some incredible detail on the surface of that sun. But that's still not looking beyond the naked eye. That's still looking what we can see. It's just filtering out all of those other wavelengths that dominate our view of the sun. What if we actually wanted to look beyond the naked eye, beyond hydrogen alpha? Then all of a sudden, we start to see processes and depths to the sun that we can't normally see. And I always like using this image because it tells a story to me. It tells a story that for every object, the tool that you use, the wavelength that you use to look at the object reveals more and more information. And it doesn't just have to be optical. You can use other tools to view information, such as gravitational waves, neutrino detectors, even cosmic ray detectors in a nice little cloud chamber. You can see a lot of information about a topic or about an object, a target, by using different wavelengths. So the tool that I want to talk to you about just at the end of this little segment is the Solar Dynamics Observatory, sdo.gsfc.nasa.gov. When you go into the Solar Dynamics Observatory, the very first thing you get to see is what the sun looks like right now. But if you actually go up here to data and to the sun now, what you'll see is that you can see pictures of the sun in many, many, many different wavelengths. And you can click on the little information and it tells you exactly what wavelength you're looking at, what type of behavior this wavelength is particularly suited from, and the characteristic temperatures that will jump out because of this wavelength. So at this point, we're looking at 171 angstroms, which is extreme ultraviolet. Ultraviolet is short wavelength, shorter than what the naked eye can see, because our visible range is from 400 to 700 nanometers. 171 angstroms is 17.1 nanometers, so it's much, 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 much smaller, so much higher energies. With the SDO, you can see many different wavelengths, many different types of behaviors, and you can see combinations of some of these wavelengths. So you can see, just like we do with RGB or with narrowband data, multiple colors showing you specific behaviors that jump out. You can even see the magnetogram where they show you what the actual layering is of where the magnetic field is strongest and weakest within the sun. Now, the other thing that I love about the SDO is if you go to data, they also have daily movies. And for daily movies on any date that you want to look at, you can click on that date and browse, and they have movies that are put together at different wavelengths, and you yourself can put movies together and submit them, and they'll go up here on the SDO repository. And so sometimes you can actually pull out one of these movies and you can beautifully see how the sun has moved and rotated during that day as you're watching. And you can even see the arcs of plasma around the sunspot there in the center in this wavelength. And so this allows you to look beyond the naked eye with a simple tool that is publicly accessible, using an extremely sensitive space telescope that can view in multiple different wavelengths, in really high energy wavelengths that we cannot see with our naked eye, but that reveal the behavior of the sun to a detail that we normally can't see. Yeah. So I highly suggest that you visit SDO. You can even go backwards in time and watch sunspots as they grow in size over rotations around the sun. You can use that to determine the rate at which the sun rotates at different points around the equator as well as around the poles. And you can go back to some of the larger events that are coronal mass ejections that cause beautiful aurorae, or even solar storms that can cause things like the Carrington event. You can go back in time and see some of those yourself. So the SDO is a fantastic resource to look beyond the naked eye.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I did share the SDO website, and they have they also have a page that shows almost real time views of the sun, which is a great one to check out as well. I think it's a good resource for also solar astrophotographers, because you can see some of the activity. Some astronomers are good at predicting when there's going to be like a massive prominence popping up, those kinds of things. So
when you see the prominences on the side of the sun as the sun is turning, then you know that there's a lot happening there. When you look in the non-visible wavelengths, you can see as that sunspot transforms over time.
That's right. That's right. And it's amazing that we can see a star with all that detail with amateur telescopes, something that's well within the reach of someone that is a hobbyist, so.
Exactly.
Yep. I did want to mention something, Karim. The people the groups in Canada that want to do broadcasting, or hybrid type of events, where they're doing what I'm doing, I'd be very happy to teach them any aspect of what I know. So
that's fantastic.
Because the equipment is not very expensive, and the technology is amazing, so I'd be very happy to do that.
I really appreciate that, Scott. I will extend the offer to the other RASC centers. Just like we had that discussion a few weeks ago, we're hoping to have another discussion in the coming weeks, specifically about co-modal events. And I mean, I know for one, the RASC Montreal Center is really enjoying having a global audience at our clubhouses. And so we're going to keep the Zoom clubhouse as our backup for any Wednesday that we have poor observing conditions. But what I'd like to do is, when we have good observing conditions on a Wednesday, I'd still like to start off, or at some point in the night, just live stream a little bit of what we're doing out at the Arboretum, so that we can show people what we're getting to see together, so that if they can't make it out themselves because of health issues, because of traffic, because they're just too busy that night, they can still participate with us.
That's right. That's right. And I think that's one of the most important aspects of and reasons to continue on doing this. So, because there will be a point where we're not doing this because of COVID anymore,
Yeah.
So,
we're doing this because it benefits us all.
That's right.
I would never have met Harold or you. I hope I would have met at Neath, but Harold, I never would have met.
Probably would have. Yes. Yeah. Right. But and doing it this way, and doing it, I mean, you're here almost weekly now. It allows you to the time that you need to become friends, and so
exactly.
So not that you need a lot of time to you can be friends with someone like that, Karim. So which is great.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
That's
and
great.
as I've been doing the last few months, I've actually brought a guest with us tonight.
Okay. All right.
So Blake Nancarrow is our RASC Observing Committee chairperson. He is a fantastic astronomer. I've heard a lot about him through Jenna and through others. And I managed to get to liaise with him a little bit just when we were setting up for our EPO, this beginner's certificate type program that we're trying to do for outreach. And then lo and behold, Blake came to a couple of our clubhouses and was, chatting away with us about double star programs and the things that they're doing at National. And so I thought it would be great for Blake to share a little bit of the observing programs that RASC offers so that the global audience can hear, and especially our RASC members that are not directly associated with the center and may miss out on some of these presentations at their local center. Blake can tell them a little bit about our observing program. So Blake, we are all yours.
Thank you very much for having me. Appreciate being here. I feel really honored with all these esteemed speakers. Let me share my screen now for you.
You being one of them, Blake, so.
So hopefully that's working okay. You're seeing my slide?
We do.
Yes, we are.
Very good. Thank you. So again, thanks for having me. Let me really briefly talk about the observing programs that we offer at the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. A bit about the committee, though. We're in charge of managing the visual observing programs. I say visual because that's our focus. Programs where we encourage people to put eyeballs to others. We encourage people to look through the telescope and visually observe. That's not to say we're not into photography and astroimaging. I do lots and lots of astroimaging, but I get goosebumps when I look through a telescope and see something millions of light years away or a few thousand light years away, and I start thinking about that. I love visual astronomy as much as I do photography. So I had up a team of people. It was around 15 people. We're kind of all across Canada, and our team has a good amount of experience, not to toot our own horn necessarily, but we've accumulated 25 certificates, observing certificates. So we have a good body of knowledge. We're very enthusiastic about visual astronomy. When you add up all of our experience, it's 100 years of experience. So again, we're really, really excited about visual astronomy. A little bit of history. I'm a data mining nut. I love dashboards and stuff. So I plotted all of our certificates awarded historically. You can see, if you see those small numbers there, it started back in 1981 with the Messier observing program, and those are the yellow bars, and you can see that carries on. In 1995, we introduced the finest new general catalog objects, so that's been quite popular over the years. And then in 2002, we introduced the Explore the Universe program. And I have some special information I'll tell you about that momentarily, but it's quite popular as well, and a great sampler, a great starter program. You can see when you look at the last few years, and I don't take any credit for this, but in 2017, numbers are kind of low, but it's been steadily rising. And then we had a fantastic year in 2020, where we almost broke our past records. And a big chunk of that, if you look at the dark blue bar, that's the Explore the Universe. And we think that happened because of the webinars that Jenna Hines and Chris Vaughn and John Reed and Samantha Jewett and other people were involved with. And then in 2021, they changed or began speaking about observing the moon. And it was a really, again, a fantastic webinar that they did where Jenna and John Reed would get together and Samantha would do a sketch on the fly of the moon. And if you look at the orange bar and the gray bar in 2021, that is the most number of Explore the Moon certificates ever that we've accomplished. And you can see that contributed a great deal to us smashing, completely breaking our previous records of certificates awarded. There's probably a dash of, COVID in there, in that people were bored at home looking for a project. So for whatever the reason, we were thrilled. It kept us busy in the committee. And you can see we already have a few certificates coming in for 2022. And this shows the breakdown by center. So lots of locations across the country again. And you have to take those numbers with a grain of salt. If a center is big, more certificates will probably be accumulated there. But you can see there's activity across the country. So we're very proud of that. And if you can see it, again, small printing, that last bar at the end shows public. So I'll come back to that. So our goal, my sort of goal, is giving people goosebumps, and we have these visual observing programs to help get our members observing. We're trying to encourage all of our members to observe, and you'll see there's an asterisk there. There's one certificate wherein we encourage every human on planet Earth to observe. So we've got sort of programs for everybody. And we've got programs for different levels too. If you don't have a lot of equipment, if you've got just binoculars, a small telescope, you're good to go with some of our beginner programs. We're trying to help people build a good skill set too. So we think that when you observe and document what you observe, if you do a log note, if you do a sketch, or if you do both, we think that helps you observe better. And then when you observe better, your log notes get better. It's a nice little feedback loop. So we're also encouraging people to do good record keeping. Sketching is technically optional, but a log note and or a sketch is what we look for. So we're trying to help people establish some sort of good techniques and best practices and things like that. For me, I kind of need a target. If I don't have a list in front of me of things to look at in an evening, I look at the same things again. I have some favorite objects that I like to revisit, but in general, I like to look at new stuff. So I really like how our programs give people a goal, a target. This is not unlike the Astronomical League. All of their fantastic observing programs give people a mission, a campaign, something to work towards. So I really like that about all of our observing certificate programs. So here's all of our programs from RASC. There's 8 there if you count the rows. There's 2 variants though to the Explore the Moon. So that gives RASC 9 different observing certificates in total. And I've grouped them by sort of level or strata here. People just starting out, don't have equipment, want to use the loaner equipment in their local center if that's open and available. We've got some great starter programs for people. The Explore the Universe, again, is a good sampler. We've got stars, constellations, planets, some of the moon phases. We've got a short list of double stars. We even have an optional or extra supplement with a couple of variable stars if people are interested in those. So it's a really good sort of taste of everything that's out there, and maybe somebody will take an interest in one particular thing and go a particular path from there. Eyeballs and binoculars are all that are needed for the Explore the Universe program. So great, again, for people starting out with little or no gear. And these objects in general are bright. So people should be able to do this kind of anywhere. If you're not in terrible light pollution, you should be able to see all of these objects. We even have some deep sky objects, but they're bright, like the Pleiades or the Subaru. So really good targets for people starting out, pretty easy to get to them. Explore the Moon program, again, we have 2 variants of this. We have one where you could use binoculars, and there are 40 targets. But I forgot to mention that in the Explore the Universe program, there's a total of 110 targets, but only 55 are required at a minimum. So we're trying to make it easy for people to get into that, but we recognize that additional effort if people do all 110. Back to the Explore the Moon, if you're using binoculars, there are 40 targets to achieve. And if you have a small telescope, there are 94 targets that you can observe. So very, very achievable. And again, now you don't have to worry about light pollution with the Explore the Moon. You can do that anywhere, anytime. So that's quite nice. Now we move into our intermediate programs. Messier Catalog, obviously we didn't invent that, but we encourage our observers to view all of the objects that Charles Messier saw, and it should be possible in a small telescope. Of course, if you're familiar with the Messier Catalog, a couple of those are faint objects and may not be easy to track down in city limits or bright light pollution, but maybe a larger scope or a darker sky will help people complete that program. By the way, all of our observing programs, when people complete them, submit their log notes, and we recognize their efforts, we provide a printed certificate, nicely done, and you can frame it, hang it up on your wall or your observatory. And for some of our programs, I'll try to hold it up to my camera there, if you can see it. Some of our programs have attractive metal pins. Not Our next program is the finest NGC object. You would find that list in the RASC Observer's Handbook. This was a list created by Alan Dyer. He was interested in helping people explore a bit deeper with deep sky objects, and he selected 110 in deference to the Messier program, 110 very interesting new general catalog objects. And a lot of these are fantastic. They're beautiful objects, fantastic sampler again, planetary nebula, galaxies, and open clusters, and so on. And it's curious, you know, sometimes some of these finest NGC objects are like parked right beside a Messier object. It makes you wonder, how did Charles Messier miss some of these? So great program, very nice. Our newest program, again, this one's very interesting in that it could be done in city limits, is the Double Stars program. It has 110 targets. Of course, that's 220 stars to view. We have a supplement where there's additional targets if people want to pursue those. Of course, if you know doubles, some of those are triples and quads or multi-star systems. So nice new program, again, doable in light polluted environments or even if the moon is out. Now we have a very challenging advanced program on the moon. That's the Isabel Williamson Lunar Observing Program. And there are 271 required targets for that. There are 170 plus challenge targets. So what's that add up to? Around 400 if people want to do the challenge targets. And then there's an upper threshold, a maximum number of objects, 1,000 lunar objects. In addition to observing, you're learning about the history and the formation of the moon. It's a really fantastic program. There's some challenge objects. You have to wait for the right moment of libration, the right angle of the moon for some of those targets. Thanks to David Levy, and he's channeling the late Leo Enright, we have the Deep Sky Gems program. Once again, in the Observer's Handbook, you would find this list. There are over 150 targets. These were objects viewed by Leo, but David has selected his sort of favorite representative ones and shared some of his observing notes from his logbooks. And I'm really excited actually about this program. I've been kind of feeling a bit wayward, wondering what to do the last little while. I've completed some projects, and I was thinking, what I need a challenge now. What am I going to do? And then it hits me. Hello, we have our own observing program. So I'm very excited to begin working on the Deep Sky Gems program for myself. While I have viewed already about 40 or 50 of the objects, I'm going to start a brand new logbook. I'm going to start fresh. I'm really looking forward to it. And our final program is the Deep Sky Challenge. And on paper, it looks simple. In the Observer's Handbook, you'll see, oh, there's only 45 targets. But these are very, very challenging targets where you will likely need a moderate to a large telescope and or very dark skies to see some of these objects. And that includes a quasar. I love looking at quasars. That's one of those things that gives me goosebumps visually observing quasars. So lots of great programs for everybody, young, old, experienced, brand new, with or without equipment, in and outside of the city. And I need to go back to the Explore the Universe program. What's special about the Explore the Universe program is that can be completed by anyone. That's the one that I was talking about before, that any human on planet Earth can complete the program, submit their log note, and we recognize all people. We view this as a gateway into the hobby. We want to get everyone excited about learning about the universe around them. So we're very proud of this program, the Explore the Universe, being available to the general public. If you want more information, just head into our website, head to rasc.ca, and then go to the Observing menu page and look for the certificate programs. You also see the Astro Imaging certificate programs and other information under the Observing menu. When you get to the Observing certificate page, the Visual Observing, you'll see all of our programs there. And we briefly explain the programs at this upper level. We explain what we think an observation is. Again, a brief log note, a brief description, and or an annotated sketch is what we look for in an observation. We have tips and tricks for a bit more detailed information. And then when you click on one of those links for a specific page, very detailed information. Maybe on one hand overwhelming, but we're just trying to cover the bases. We provide all the information that we can to help people get started with the programs. We also have some great little videos that explain the programs and help people get started with them. So I've run a bit long. Thank you for your patience. Merci beaucoup, Miigwech. I thank you for your attention, and I hope that I've been able to share with you what we do in the RASC Observing Committee. And if you have more questions, if you want to reach out to me, if you have any questions about the programs or anything like that, note my email address is there. Send me a note at theobserving@rasc.ca, and I'm happy to help in any way that I can. That's it for me. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
That was awesome, Blake.
I think I got all those links and your email address to share in the chat. So expect your mailbox to fill up, I guess.
Hey, I'll be ready.
Especially with the Explore the Universe. I think we'll have a lot of takers on that one.
Yeah.
Right.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
That's what I like.
Looking up. Yeah.
And I don't know if you're aware, Blake, but we have some RASC members with us that are members, even though they're down in the States. Adrian is a member of the Sarnia Center. Harold is one of our national and affiliated members. Chuck Allen is one of our Montreal Center members, but he's not with us tonight. And I think we need to get some South American members. We'll figure something out with Maxi. We'll do some trading or something like that.
We have issued a certificate to an observer in Uganda.
Wow.
So we do have a few far afield. So yeah, more the merrier. And if I may, I'm trying to build up my records. I've very spotty records of who is a RASC member who has achieved an Astronomical League certificate. So I've sort of started collating this data. I want to build a some connections there and understand what's happening.
Blake, can I connect you with Chuck?
Yeah, I just feel a bit badly that I don't have good information at this stage, and I want to recognize our members who have achieved a certificate from anywhere. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll connect you with Astronomical League. That sounds great.
Yeah, thanks.
Good deal. Good deal. All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to turn this back over to Maxi. And I think we have one more speaker before we go to a 10-minute break.
That's
You want to
right.
take it away, Maxi?
Yes, no problem. Well,
Okay.
our next speaker is a young man who he's preparing right now to do his presentation. He's I'm sorry if I not pronounce right, but he's Navin Senthil Kumar. That's correct?
Yeah.
Very
Right.
good.
Well, Navin, it's all yours. Bring what you have to us.
Okay, so firstly, I want to introduce you to a special guest. He's one of my friends, so his name is Sugi. Sugi, turn on your camera.
There he is.
Introduce yourself.
Okay.
Hello, guys.
Hello. Okay, so let me just share my screen. Okay, so just give it a sec. All right, so we're going to be talking about alien life. All right, so the search for alien life by Navin, Senthil, Kumar, and my friend Sugi. Alien life. What's alien life? It's a topic that's been going on for decades now. We have some questions. Are aliens cute or disastrous? That's still being figured out. How do you think of aliens? You might see them on a movie. It's just a cute little thing. Or is it something big and monstrous? Who knows? We still don't know yet. That's still the question astronomers have been finding out for decades. Or an alien could be a potato. It could be anything. So let's talk about what we know now. We know that aliens can live in exoplanets because they're extraterrestrial life and they need to live with resources. So there's some types of planets called Goldilocks planets, which have liquid water like Earth. They have a good temperature for life. And one of these, and maybe some of them might be suitable like Earth. There could be possibly trillions. Who knows? They're uncountable. But so far, we only know that aliens live in planets. What do they look like? Are they microscopic or giants? Will they be most likely that we so far think they're microorganisms? Are they sea creatures or something we never saw before? Will they be cute like this guy or mean like this guy? How do we measure? We use telescopes to see visible planets. We can use probes to see chemical composition of planets or moons. In the far future, we could possibly send scientists to fly at high speeds and go and be like astronauts and set up labs at faraway planets like Neptune, Jupiter, Saturn, but that's in the years to come. We could send robots to scan the surfaces and study samples. That's what Perseverance is doing. Curiosity did a little bit. NASA's yet to launch some other probes and satellites and rovers to go to other faraway planets. So what's currently going on? Scientists, they're currently researching if there's any life before. Astronomers are looking for planets that could support life, and this hunt for exoplanets is still going to go on. Biologists are speculating about life forms that could survive on other planets using chemicals. All right, now let's talk about a couple projects. SETI is a nonprofit trying to find alien life. It stands for Search for Extraterrestrial Life. Perseverance has a special capability in sampling feature to find aliens, and it's trying to find ancient microscopic organisms that could be alive or dead. Who knows? There's also many profits such as other than SETI that are in space agencies that are trying to find alien life. NASA contributed a bit, other space agencies helped, and mostly nonprofits are doing the work for the hard alien stuff. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to my friend Sagi now. He's going to talk about who started the search from aliens.
Wait a second.
Sagi, got it?
Navin, you have to, so either you have to go to the next slide or I have to share the slide.
Wait, I already got it.
Okay, so go to the next slide. Oh, you already have it?
Yeah.
Okay, well then go back, sorry.
I got it.
Okay, so ancient people started wondering if there were any alive beings living on other stars or on the moon. Telescopes got invented. The people were disappointed as there were no cities on the moon or on Mars. Soon people became curious again about extraterrestrial life on other distant galaxies. A lot of people said that they have seen UFOs flying around. But it is very hard to prove that this is true because there haven't really been images with good quality that have been confirmed by multiple people. It's either been confirmed by only one person or the camera quality is really grainy. So most of these sightings could be narrowed down to hallucination because of CO2 or mirages from the weather, funny shaped clouds, or even government aircraft. There are these certain aircraft that the US government has, and they have a special coating on them, which makes them hard to see, and it makes them sometimes look like a UFO. Places where aliens might live. Aliens might live under rocks like some type of bug or bacteria. They might live in caves, or they might live in buildings if they have a civilization, or if they're an animal that can build something, or they might live in the water as a sea creature or microorganism. But they could also live on surfaces with resources such as nutrients.
Some aliens might even live in space. They might even be able to withstand the vacuum of space, like the black holes. They might just be able to live in the middle of like nowhere. Who knows?
An alien diet. So this one is really hard to find out because we never actually found any aliens. So we're speculating that they might be able to eat anything we eat. They might eat nutrients or minerals. They might eat some type of plant or animal that we've probably never seen before. Or they might be like plants and get their energy from the sun. So, alien technology. Maybe aliens could travel at the speed of light or even have lasers and night vision, but most likely they will just be some type of microorganism or some bug, and they won't really be able to do much. They'll just live on their planet for forever. But if they are like us and they've been able to advance and gain knowledge and build stuff, they might have been able to conquer their solar system and go to other solar systems nearby and live there.
They might be technically advanced or not so technically advanced. So now there's this thing called Oumuamua. It's the first known interstellar object detected passing through the solar system. So what basically happened? So it's kind of like this chunk of like rock or like asteroid kind of thing. We don't really know what it is. It's like an unknown object. It was like orbiting outside our solar system, and then it got pulled in by some sort of current. We don't know what it is. So then it came, and then it entered the solar system orbit, which pulled it in using the gravity. And then it entered, or it kind of nearly entered Earth orbit, but it was the first known interstellar object detected, and it was found in 2017. Some amateurs are still trying to track it down to see what it's going to do.
Ways you can help to find aliens. You can use your telescope to help spot exoplanets and report them to NASA. Or you can be on high alert on UFO sightings if they exist. Or you can donate or join nonprofits like SETI. In the future, we will be able to send humans and probes to distant solar systems to observe them. Thank you for listening to this presentation.
And thank you for having us on.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. That's great. That's great. I love it that you brought your friend and you guys collaborated on this particular subject. In fact, last night, I was watching,
Two hands are better than one.
About UFOs and these kinds of things, and it is a big question mark for sure. So, but I think that most astronomers feel that if life happened here on this planet, that it may have occurred all over the universe. So finding it is going to be the big challenge. But congratulations on your presentation. Okay. All right, guys. We are going to take a 10-minute break. And so now's the time to stretch your legs and get a cup of coffee, make a sandwich, whatever. And we'll be back in 10.
All right, sounds good. Harold, good to see you in person, friend. Thank you for supporting all the crazy images that I post and sharing my passion for space.
They're awesome images, dude.
Yep. And Blake, I do have one certification. It's the Wide Field Astro Imager certificate. I fought my way through to get it, and so now I think I'm the latest set of images on the RASC site under the astro imaging, the Wide Field Astro Imaging page.
In the Zenfolio, good.
Yep, in Zenfolio. Yeah, so
great.
that was, and I was intrigued by the visual. I have a larger telescope with a big Losmandy mount. That stuff's heavy. Don't like carry it all the time. I have a small Explorer Scientific IXOS PMC8. I have binoculars and I have a small telescope. So I will likely go somewhere that's decently dark and go to work on the binoculars and small telescope objects, that those certifications sound intriguing enough to me.
That's awesome. You're multidisciplinary. Again, I love the eye to the eyepiece, but if I get a good image and I can figure out the processing, I love that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I started out visual. Of course, like everybody else, I wanted to know, how do I make the great and beautiful images that people can make? And then I saw a Hubble image of M51 and decided, okay, I'm not sure who's going to beat that, all the detail that's in it. And then somewhere along the way, I got interested in doing the nightscapes, because they became logs of places that I've been. So that's kind of where that passion grew. But I always I always liked looking at the night sky directly.
I just pulled up your gallery and it's amazing work. I love the aurora photo, the one with the lighthouse and the Milky Way. That's amazing. That's really good work. Is that zodiacal light?
Yes, one of those is zodiacal light.
That's like super bright.
I've captured it a few times.
Yeah, you got it. It's really, really bright.
That was, I think that's the one where you're seeing Orion next to it.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the Orion and the Zodiac, but yes, that was a Bortle 1 zone.
Oh, okay.
And it was as bright as they were equally as bright, the Milky Way and the Zodiac. And I saw that, and I had to use the bathroom, but for a while I was stunned.
Yeah.
And even having to use the bathroom stopped. It was just everything just stopped when I saw that, and I said, I have to take an image. And next, I did what I could. The moon started rising through the zodiac light.
Oh,
that made it even cooler because it was it was a waning crescent.
Okay.
So, but I don't have that in the picture, but it was a beautiful sight, and I just tried to give it justice by capturing what I could of it. And you see most of everything there, and I use that modified camera, so you're seeing Barnard's Loop and Lambda Orionis, some of the other, you're seeing the Rosette, kind of filling some of that in, but take away those H alpha regions and you're essentially seeing what I saw with my eyes.
Yeah, and
that was incredible.
That's really good too, because it reminds people that Orion is right in front of the Milky Way, but normally people don't think of that. They don't think of that the Milky Way is out in that direction.
Yeah.
So it's really good. You really captured the outer arms of the galaxy here.
Yes, I enjoyed doing that. We hear about Milky Way season for most photographers because the core becomes visible.
Yeah.
But to me, the Milky Way is visible year round, and depending on where you can go. So the landscape astrophotography groups and some of the other Facebook groups, I see some amazing images, but a lot of them have that slanted growing core of the Milky Way rising up. I've got some of those too. It's beautiful. But it becomes a challenge to catch the other regions of the Milky Way.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, James Dugan wants to see the pic. James, I'll queue up that image, and Tariq wants to keep his name longer on the screen. I see it's still on the screen, Tariq. James, I'll queue up that image and share it as a part of my presentation. There are a couple of images that are among my favorite. I'm looking here to see if it actually show. Yeah, some of these images will show up in my presentation, so you'll see them as a part of the slideshow. I don't know if oh yeah, I don't want to share screen while you all out there in Facebook or on the Explore Scientific Live page, you all get your chance to post and we can see it. There are a lot of amazing Rosette nebulas out there. The Rosette, there's so much going on. The star cluster in the middle of it's a wide field object, but if you take a wide field view of Orion, the Milky Way, the Rosette appears as this little bitty thing that looks like it's superimposed in the Milky Way, and it's actually huge. Of course, everything in space is, but yeah, a lot of people love. The Rosette has been shown in a bunch of different colors. A lot of people love it, and it's for good reason. And thank you. I should thank you, Blake, for your kind comments on my gallery there.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh, it's a great body of work. Keep it up.
Will do.
The astro imaging is managed by Stuart Heggie. You probably talked to him.
Yeah, great guy.
Yeah,
he
really helpful. Yeah,
he held my hand throughout the whole process. There were a couple of composites that didn't make the cut because they were composites. He helped me get 12, I think it's 12 or 15 good images that that I was able to use to get put toward my certificate.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Maybe I should reach out to him. He's my counterpart, and maybe he could come out to one of these GSP events as well.
I think that'd be a great idea. Yeah, have him, because I think he's got his home observatory like most of the real deep astro imagers. They build that home observatory, they'll point at a target, get thousands of hours, and produce fabulous images when they take it through their workflow. It's believe it or not, my wife says that's where she wants me to head, because then I don't have to drive everywhere to go get my image. I am switching to DSOs in the backyard, because at least the future. Build an observatory and stay home. That's what she wants me to do.
There you go. Good plan.
Yeah.
And Stuart's like us, right? He also loves looking through the eyepiece too. He's as much a visual astronomer too.
Absolutely. I think that helps. Go ahead, Scott. We see you again, but we can't hear you because you're on mute, Scott.
No.
There you go.
Okay, here I am. Anyways, yeah, we're back after our 10-minute break here. And coming up next is Marcelo Souza from Brazil. I'm not sure if he's quite logged in yet, but I know he's logging in. And so we'll give him a minute. But Maxi, your selection of having Harold Locke on and Sebastian Jeremias, is that correct? Am I pronouncing his last name correctly? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was excellent.
I think it's Jeremias.
Jeremias. Okay.
Jeremias.
Okay. All right. So the
Yeah.
J is like an H, an H sound to us. Yeah. Very good. So, but
yes, I also invited to another people that, well, also Alan Gedding. He couldn't be here because he has some family works, and I also asked him to another friends that they are well, they are doing extraordinary work, doing astrophoto, doing observation outreach. I invited to Marcos Santa Rosa from the Alberti, Luis Perez from Mexico. He's a friend of mine that I show him about astrophotography, and now he's beyond me. He's cross over me, doing his work and with his equipment, and that's the good fact in this. And well, I invite them, but they can't speak English, so they say, no, Maxi, I'm really grateful for inviting me, but I will not give you a good presentation for, well, giving a speech in English. So,
but you know, Maxi, I gave a presentation one time to an astronomy club down in Chile, and they had a translator for me. So I just spoke in English. They had a good translator that could translate it into Spanish.
I tell them that
it worked just fine. I mean, it's very easy to find someone that would help us do that. So the next time you have somebody that wants to do that and there's a language barrier, let me know, and I will prepare in advance to get someone on that can help us out.
Okay. Yeah, I will do.
Yeah.
I will do.
Yeah.
Well,
so
well, I think Marcelo is online. I don't know if he's with us.
Yes, I can.
Yes. Hi.
Hey, Marcelo.
Hello, Marcelo.
Hi, nice to meet all of you.
How's it going?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm fine. So, well, I think you're our next speaker. Well, I don't know if you are prepared, but it's all yours.
Okay, I have here a presentation because today I was talking with some friends about we were discussing about the flat Earth and something like associated with people that don't believe in science, and we talk about the form of the Earth, right? And I after this we begin to talk about the differences between a flat region and a curved region, right? And I have here a short presentation that I use is about the general relativity. Only some remarks about general relativity. I'm sorry that parts they are in Portuguese. I'll try to translate because I unfortunately I could not translate to English. Sorry. Okay, if it's not a problem.
It's no problem.
Okay. It's not working. Let me change. Why is not changing? On a moment. I'll try to change outside here. Here. Here is the facsimile of the original work written by Einstein about general relativity that was in 1916. Published in Annalen der Physik, that is a German magazine, famous German magazine. And we will only talk about two associated questions. One of them is the equivalence principle. That's something that is very important because one of the problems is that we began what Einstein did now is to develop a gravitational theory that is according with the relativity, the special relativity that he was responsible to develop in 1905. And one of the questions is what happens when you are in accelerate differential. Right? If you are in a place where you have acceleration, and if you are in the surface of a planet, if you are in the surface of a planet, and you are inside a room, and the windows are dark and you can't see outside, and another person, if it is in a spaceship that also is closed, the windows are closed, and is moving with the same acceleration of the gravity of the planet that where the other person are, they can't say if they are on a surface of a planet or if he is traveling accelerated. This is the equivalence principle. Both the effects that you feel in both different situations are the same. If you have something in your hand and you let fall, they will fall with the same acceleration. Then you can't say if you are in an accelerated system on the surface of a planet. This happens locally only because if you have a big region, the gravitational field, it's not parallel. Né? It's only locally that you have parallel, the gravitational field parallel in a surface of a planet. É what you call in Portuguese, the principle of equivalência, there's the equivalence principle. And something that I think that's fantastic is that you need to change our idea about the distance of two regions, the shortest distance. Because in a flat surface, the distance between two points, two regions, is only, you only need to draw a line. It's a line between the two regions, and this is the shortest distance. But this don't work, sorry, in the surface of a curved region, like our planet, the moon. In our planet, the shortest distance between 2 points, it's not a line, as we imagine, a straight line. Sure. It is a curved line that respects the curvature of the region. Then the shortest distance between 2 points in the surface of the Earth, it's not a straight line. A straight line is a tangent in the surface of a sphere. And here, and to work with this, we need to change our, I don't know how to correct what to say in English, it's paradigm in Portuguese. I don't know how to say this in English. You need to change the base of geometry that you use. These are, I'm looking here the correct words in English. Sorry. Oh, I didn't find a translation, but as a base, I use this as a base. Okay. A paradigm. Is this in English, paradigm, that you say? Paradigm. That's something that you use as a base for our thoughts. And what you use when you have a flat region is the elements from Euclid's. That is the base of geometry. 13 books, and you have many definitions in this book, like what is a point, what is a straight line, how that we can define a surface. Then I will not talk about this. Sorry, they are in Portuguese. But you have people that begins to work when we don't have a flat region, a curved region. We need a different geometry. Like I saw, no? If you want to measure the distance between two different points in a curved region, you can't use the geometry of Euclides. You need to develop a new geometry. And this begins with they criticize the geometry of Euclides. And then this began with John Wallis, and you have many people that try to analyze the questions, and you have a famous one that is Gauss, that's a very famous mathematician, and who developed new models are Janusz Bolyai, a very young person, Nikolai Lobachevsky, that developed a non-Euclidean geometry, and the famous one that's Riemann, that one of the tool that is used in the Einstein equations has the name of Riemann. Then this is the difference. You have a distance between 2 points in a flat region, and this distance is only you need to square root of the square of the 3 directions, x, y, and z. But if you are in the surface of the other region, this changes. Then this mathematics, this new geometry, allow us to know how to measure the distance between 2 points in a region where you have a curvature. It's not flat, like this. And Einstein used this with the equivalent principle and to show what happens when gravity. Then for Einstein now, gravity is not a force. You can explain what we feel and what the movement of the planets, considering that we are not in a region where the space-time, include time, 4 dimensions, is not flat. We live in a region that's not flat. You have a curvature caused by the mass, and we follow this curvature. I will show an example here. This is something that I don't know if you work here. I will try to move to the next slide here. We have 2 scientists. Here we have an apple. I have 2 scientists here, and they have a challenge. They want to walk parallel between each until the top of the apple. When they do this, what happens is this. They begin to be near. If they don't know that they are in a curved region, they can imagine that a force that make them to be near. It's like the same thing that happened with us. Right? If you imagine in 4 dimensions that you don't know the curvature of the space-time in 4 dimensions. Then this is the Einstein equations that he associates the mass and energy with the geometry. Then the mass and the energy is responsible to change the geometry of the space-time. Then this is something that happens. It's not like what I'm showing here, because this kind of changes happens in all directions. But this is an example. You have here elastic, I don't know the correct word in English, but elastic region.
Elastic.
Elastic region where you put here a mass. And then what happens? This will change the region, the elastic will change. And then you have the lines here. You see that the straight lines changed for a curved line. And this curve here is the small distance between 2 points. And this is what, and the light ever moves in a path that you need less time to go from a part to another part. Right? Or say the shortest distance between 2 points. And as it is curved, the shortest distance, the light needs to follow the curvature of the space time. Then what he predicted also changed. He also, using this, he tried to the movements of the planets, the orbit of the planets. But this is the most important because here you have the sun, here is the earth, and here a star. The stars near the sun, the light of the star follow the curvature of the space time. And when we look from the earth, the star is in a different position. When we compare, when our star, the sun, is not near the position of the light that we pass. It's not possible to see this when it is day. We have the sun, and we can't see any star near the sun. And how that's possible to measure this? Only during a solar eclipse. And this what is fantastic because Einstein predicted this from his theory. And in 1919, we had the first test of the theory that happened here in Brazil, in the city of Sobral, here in Brazil, and also in the Príncipe Island in Africa. And the results was according to Einstein theory. They proved when you compare the position of the stars when the sun is not in front of them and the position when the sun is almost in front of them changes. This is the original image taken here in Sobral, in Brazil. And this was fantastic because this was a change in the way that we see the universe. And we don't have a best theory until today. This is how we see the universe. And the result was presented in the Royal Astronomical Society in May 29, in 1919. Here are the prediction made by Einstein of the angle. And here is the two regions here in Sobral who came here, the leader of the international expedition here was Andrew Cromley, and the leader of the expedition in the Príncipe Island was Sir Arthur Eddington. And in the city of Sobral, we have these monuments to celebrate the results of the eclipse. And you had a big celebration in 2019. 100 years of the eclipse.
Marcelo, is the location of where they were set up to observe this eclipse, is that marked in the museum, or is that?
Yes. Where the local, where the expedition
yes,
developed the activity in the city. in this period, I don't have here image, but of the city. The city was very small, very small. Né? And here, as you have in our city in Brazil, you have the church here, the cathedral of the city here, and everything happens near the cathedral.
Very cool.
Now we have many proofs like this, the cross of Einstein, many proofs. And now the gravitational lenses have many proofs of the theory, Einstein theory of gravity. Here are images of Einstein here in Brazil, when he visited Brazil. Here, you can see here a rock here. This is the biggest Brazilian meteorite. That's the meteorite of Bendengó that now is exposed in Rio de Janeiro, the museum that we have in Rio de Janeiro. All the newspaper, he made presentation for a lot of people here. Here they made the art here. These are the astronomers of the National Observatory. They changed the image here, but something that is important here, because you see here, many people that are here are the driver, are the people that work with the reception of the astronomy observatory. So everybody joined this picture with Einstein. Yeah, Einstein in the end of his life. I'm amazed of him. He died in April 18, 1955. This is a short presentation about the theory of general theory of gravity.
Thank you so much.
I have many things different about this, but I try to only discuss some parts of them in a simple way.
Right. It's Einstein's theories that they are still putting them to the test all the time. Some scientists, it seems they would really like to prove that Einstein was wrong, but almost every time they prove Einstein was right.
And what for me it's important, very important, and fantastic is that he made a theoretical prediction.
Yes.
And then they prove the theoretical prediction. Nobody expected that the light will curve when he passes near the sun.
That's
it's
true.
Something new. That appeared from the model built by Einstein.
There's I shared a article as you were discussing that, and Einstein wrote a letter in 1936, and he predicted that the gravity from one star would warp the light of a star directly behind it into a ring. That's what we see in these Einstein rings. He said, but Einstein said, of course, there is no hope of observing this phenomena directly. But it goes on to say, little did he know that one day we would have telescopes powerful enough to image distant galaxies. And you showed many examples in your presentation. So thank you.
The gravitational lenses now is a reality. You have the cross of Einstein, you have the ring of Einstein's ring, everything we found in the universe. And what you see that is the image of a galaxy or a star that is behind what you see, that it has changed the direction, the light changed direction in all directions around the star. Something fantastic.
It is fantastic. Yeah, thank you. That was a very interesting subject and very timely as well. So thank you.
My pleasure.
All right, Marcelo, take care. Thank you. Okay. It's always wonderful to have Marcelo come on our program. I'll remind you too that Marcelo is the senior editor of Skies Up magazine. So you can get your free copy if you go to explorescientific.com/Skies Up. I'm also happy to say that our app will soon be available on the Apple Store. So where you can view that magazine on your iPhone or tablet, your iPad. Up next is Adrian Bradley. Adrian has been faithfully coming on the Global Star Party to share his Nightscapes. He is a gifted photographer. I'm often amazed at his ability to capture the right moment of light and to pull off the compositions that he does. And so in using both starlight and natural sunlight and just clouds, the landscape environment and all the rest of it, it really makes magic appear on the screen. So thank you, Adrian, for coming on again.
No problem. Now, my bandwidth may not be the best, but I will, for tonight, my plan is to do a presentation of how the Milky Way looks at different portal zones. I'll go ahead and share the screen here. And this is presentation in a nutshell. How the Milky Way appears in different portal zones. There's portal 1 when the sun hasn't set, portal 3, portal 3/4, portal 4, portal 4/5. So I would say that that's the end of the presentation, but I'm going to elaborate just a little bit.
That would be very short.
Let me go through some of the slides. Go ahead.
No, I said that would be very short if
it.
you made that the end of the presentation.
So, some information for those. Yeah, depending on having to get up tomorrow morning early, so I'll go through this. This is something that I think is important. Those that are into what we are calling landscape astrophotography these days, or we're calling it nightscapes. I like the nightscapes word myself. These are some things that I've found. The 2 cameras that I use, and there's a third one, a Sony Alpha 7 III, but using a wide angle f2.8 lens. I have a couple 14 millimeter lenses. I took some with a 17 that I once had. These ISOs are high, and that's because exposing the night sky requires your camera to be able to pull in light. You don't have sunlight to help you, so you've got to pull in the light. And with the newer cameras, especially the mirrorless ones, the better your exposure, the less annoying noise that a lot of enthusiasts worry about. You get a better picture, and there are tools to take away the noise. Astrophotography, doing landscapes with the night sky. It's very difficult to get in out of camera shot and say, yep, this is what I want. Our process, long exposure, and the darker the sky, the less work you do in processing to produce your image. So let's go through what you get. I dare you all to try this. Portal zone is the cities just get bigger. I don't know that the Milky Way is visible at all when you get to portal 8, but portal 7, this is the best you can do. Now you can always take multiple images until you start getting more detail, but this is what your rising Milky Way looks like when you've got so much light pollution in the area. And understanding this is it's a large city, so there's a lot of light near the city. Ann Arbor, Michigan is a college town, home of the Michigan Wolverines, and the stadium is one of many things that lights up the night sky there. But on the outskirts of Ann Arbor, the Bortle zone, as the lower the Bortle rating, the more things you can see in the night sky and the more that you image. So these are all longer exposure images, as I showed in that other slide. You've got color in the clouds here. You do see some Milky Way detail. and you can get some of it out. The Milky Way get the darker the border site, the more impressive the Milky Way will look with a short exposure. Now, if you process, you can get some more detail in your nightscapes. A little meteor that showed up at the last second and photobombed my image here. So you do see a little bit of we'll call it color noise, but overall, you know, it's a you can produce pretty good nightscapes here, and you can have something to show for it. This was taken, excuse me, I want to say this is taken late fall as the Milky Way. This is the northern part of the bulge starting to go down below the horizon. So now if you go to a good a dark enough park to be called a dark sky preserve, the skies are often Bortle 4 at their best, and now you're beginning to see, in addition to catching meteors, satellites, and more stars, you're starting to see some more detail. Here you've got M5, the Lagoon Nebula shows up. Down here, the Cat's Paw and the Lobster Nebula get washed out by the light from distant towns. We call light pollution. We know that those lights, you know, the towns use those lights. There's an ongoing fight to change the nature of the light so that it's enough for the town, but it points downward, or uses different lighting technologies to prevent the light from escaping into the sky where it produces this effect on our images. So that's part of the reason, and we can do a whole nother presentation on effects of light pollution. But at the very least, your images have this bit of a glow at the bottom on a Bortle 4 site. The Sagittarius star cloud is here. I believe I don't believe, I know these are more Messier objects, Jupiter and Saturn. So this was taken in 2020. And now let's take a look at, in the winter of Bortle 4 sky, you can get the Milky Way and you can get some detail in Orion. But it does have to be a fairly clear night to get this detail, and anywhere 30-second exposure. The longer exposures are usually a little better, 60-second exposures, but then you're doing a composite image in order to get your foreground and your sky to match. Single image, I think this is a single image and processed using some tools in Photoshop and Lightroom. The zodiacal light becomes visible, and of course my zodiacal light image doesn't show up, but never fear, I'll show you the image that I meant to show in that slide for the zodiacal light. Let's quickly find it for you. Here we go. I think here we go. What I do with that image? Okay. So you'll see more zodiacal light images as I go through the slide deck, but it is apparent that I renamed it. That's why I don't see it. Here we go. It's faint at a Bortle 4 site, but you see this conical light. As you get to the spring equinox and then the fall equinox, we align ourselves along the plane of the galaxy. We begin seeing dust. Latest information about this dust is that it's from Mars, and it's orbiting our solar system, and we see it. For visual observers, it can be quite a pain if it's bright enough to wash out some of these objects that you may be looking for in this part of the winter hexagon. Orion is always near the zodiacal light. So let's fire up the presentation again. Let's see where we're at. Jump right to slide 9. Now we're in Portal 3. More Milky Way detail. The images you might have seen of the Rho Fuyuki complex, you start to image it just doing a nightscape and you pull in enough detail that little things like up here, the coat hanger, and there's a dark nebula called the I think the Barnard E, because it's a dark nebula that shapes like an E. You begin to see these little things in your image when you take an image, and when you look naked eye, you see some of this structure. It doesn't have the color, but you start to see some of the structure. You may not see this little dust lane here, but you'll see this dust lane and you'll see this shape in the sky. This comes across like a cloud, and this comes across like a darker cloud. So other things that you see, more detail on the Orion side when you shoot winter in Bortle 3. And your zodiacal light is a little bit brighter. Here's Orion again. When you think zodiacal light, around this time, if you've got a dark night and you're at least a Bortle 4 or Bortle 3 zone, start looking towards Orion, and then in the spring, look to the right. In the fall, look to the left. And you should see, this is after sunset. It's before sunrise in the fall where you look to the left. There are other things that you can capture the darker you go. Phenomena called Gegenschein, which I didn't happen to catch when I was at a Bortle 1 site, and that's coming up. Here's a different location that gets down to a Bortle 3. This is while the twilight is still yet in the air, the zodiacal light was that bright. There's Orion again. There's the Pleiades smack in the middle of it. So you know that this was a springtime shot. Here's the Andromeda Galaxy shining through astronomical twilight. The last vestiges of night are still among us, and we can still see these things. There's a double cluster. Cassiopeia is somewhere around here. So Bortle 3 is often dark enough to see a difference in how your night sky looks. And astronomical dawn, you can see the Milky Way as it fades, as it's rising, similar to what we just saw with that other slide. It takes about 5 minutes and the Milky Way vanishes from your sight. And that's, the sun still has an hour to an hour and a half before the actual disk of the sun cracks the horizon. So it's definitely 2, and you can see even more detail. This part of the we call it the summer Milky Way in the north. We should just call it the core, because as they see a different view of the Milky Way, and for them, the Milky Way flies high overhead and both sides of the bulge are very much visible. We call it summer Milky Way because we, from the northern hemisphere, are used to seeing it look like this. This is what it looks like right now around 5:30, somewhere between 5:30 before sunrise. If you get up early enough, this is what it will be oriented like in the sky now. Again, a lot of the details, I'll circle the coat hanger, the Barnard's E, and this is heading toward, this is Altair. So the there's many more things here. If you know the plane of the galaxy, you're probably seeing some of the detail. That's Bortle 2, where I live, Bortle 2. It doesn't get much darker than that. those of you that have not seen the Milky Way in a truly dark sky like this is what it appears naked eye. This is the color is there, the structure. This is as exact as I can get it. What you see, if you were standing where I was looking out at this night sky on an abandoned highway, early in the morning my destination was to get a shot like this near a waterfall, but I didn't make it because I spent too much time looking at this. It's a beautiful sight. It's even better to see it naked eye. It looks something like this. And just so this is what happened at Astronomical Dawn. Because I stayed too long, I got here, wanted to have the Milky Way going across, and the light changed in an instant. And when you're dark adapted, you notice the very first vestiges of astronomical twilight in the sky. It happens very quickly. There's a part of the Milky Way that was still visible. That's the Sagittarius cloud. And it disappears very fast. So a couple more slides. We're in Bortle 1 now. And in a 30, that last exposure I showed you was actually a 60-second getting some of the same detail. And there are the Lobster and Cat's Paw Nebula visible from this region of the southwest. Look how much data is in the Orion region. You saw some in the Bortle 4, Bortle 3. I didn't show you any in the Bortle 2 zones. It would have begun to take this shape. Bortle 1, and this is 30 seconds, and then some processing, air glow, and a lot of data. There's the California, the Pleiades with some of the void that's around it. A lot of data shows up when you're in Bortle 1. And this zodiacal light image is worth
That's beautiful.
see, I think I have a couple. I'm going to go back to that zodiacal light image, and I'm going to put it before ending the presentation here. Astronomical twilight and the Milky Way has this much detail in it. It comes at it looks like it's coming at you out of the sky. It is a beautiful sight, and there's this much detail to the point where an image taken in only 8 seconds will show you that one too. And let's see if and then bright enough to shine through clouds. So let's see those 3 images. The image taken in 8 seconds. Let's go get it. I'll see if I thought I made a folder where I kept them all. Here. So shining through clouds. There you go. It was cloudy. There's the Milky Way. There's the light coming from the Milky Way. It's that bright that you can see. If you take an image, you can see parts of it as it shines through the clouds here.
Lighting up the cloud. Yeah.
Lighting up the clouds. Absolutely. This is that zodiacal light image with so this is heading down towards the southern part of the Milky Way that we can't see in the northern hemisphere, in the zodiacal light in the fall, and it's angled the other way. This is that image for that. There was one more that I wanted to show. Let's see if it yeah, there are a couple of images here, and I'm going to quickly find them and then I'll be done. All these images over time that I've taken, and here, okay, here, this is an even better. You got the Milky Way lighting up the clouds, and there's M5 shining through the clouds. It is that bright. This is the image. This was an 8-second image. 8 seconds, high ISO, 8000, with a lens that had a very wide aperture of f1.4, and we pulled this shot off in 8 seconds without a tracker. Some chromatic aberration here, small price to pay for what we have in the middle. All this Milky Way detail in only 8 seconds. At a Bortle 1 site, it does not take long to get the type of image that takes you 30 seconds in a Bortle 4 site. And you may, because it's dark, it's a little darker, there's a little more noise to contend with. And so I think those are the images that did not show up that I wanted to share. So that is the end of my presentation. One more view. If you can get to a Bortle 1 site, it's a very impressive thing to see. Darker clouds because there's no light pollution lighting up the clouds. Different from the Bortle 5, Bortle 4 zones where the light from cities and towns will still light up clouds as they're coming across. So as of course, any questions, I can be reached. I do have an Instagram account, ATB Sigma 713. I am on Facebook, just my name, Adrian
ATB.
Bradley.
It's ATB what?
Sigma 713 is my Instagram account. And what I'll do is stop sharing here and I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep. So in the chat, so that's my Instagram page where I post not only astro images, but the occasional bird image. I am beholden to, because I know Scott loves the, bird photography.
Yes.
There you go, Scott. Great
Wow.
blue heron heading
Look
somewhere.
at the detail. That's
with
great.
a lot of detail. Same camera that you use to shoot this great blue heron with some detail. The same cameras that I use to get night sky images, and I do love both. So with that, Scott, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Okay. All right. That sounds great. Thank you for making that presentation, Adrian. We always love having your beautiful images grace our program. Well, up next are a couple of fellows from AstroWorld TV, Daniel Higgins and Peter. Let me make sure I'm getting the last name right. Help me out here, Daniel.
Iris.
Yes. Okay. Great. So let's get you guys on. Thanks for coming on, Daniel. And Peter Myers. All right.
There you go.
There we go. So
here we go.
Guys, it's all yours. Okay. And I know people love to watch AstroWorld TV and they love what you guys do. And they especially love all the stuff that you're teaching them, so tell us more about the program and, what you got coming up.
Well, first of all, let me say, Adrian, those shots are ridiculous.
Thank you.
I said something the other night at the last Star Party, and I had to say it again because I'm just fascinated by those landscape. I've never done the landscape photography part of it. I've always been the deep sky kind of guy. But let me tell you something. The composition of those photographs to me just like totally blow my mind. I'm telling you, they're awesome. So nice job.
I appreciate it. It's what I look for. I'll have to jump on the AstroWorld and join you guys one of these days. I got to make a point to do that.
You never know what you're gonna get.
I look forward to it. All right, let me give you guys a floor.
Yeah, but and also Sugi and what was the other gentleman's name?
Oh, you mean Navin?
Navin?
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's the enthusiasm of stuff like that. I mean, they can't be more than 10, 12 years old, and they're out here doing a presentation on the search for extraterrestrial life. And it's stuff like that that made me want to try and get something together with AstroWorld, because it's that type of enthusiasm that we want to foster, especially when it comes to astrophotography. It's just it's I don't even like to call it a hobby. It's actually a lifestyle to me.
That's right.
And it's like one of these things where once you get in, you're in.
You ain't getting out.
And you ain't never getting out. You're never getting out.
Yeah, it's worse than the mafia.
I can attest to that.
Yeah, you may actually go so far you may have one less person in the household. But that being said, Pete, why don't you talk a little bit about what you do and how you do and how you got stuck with me? I mean,
well, it's kind of funny. It's for my journey. It's been a long journey. I was born and raised in Toronto, Canada, and I can remember getting that initial. I think all of us got that initial Tasco telescope. And I mean, it was the middle of wintertime, and I mean, it's 3 a.m. and when you're young, you don't care about the cold, right? You can get out there and you can just brave it. I can remember my old man looking at me going, look at what the hell's a kid doing out there, man? Is he crazy? And I tell you what, it's been a long journey that, as you get into your teens, you still kind of look up at the skies, but then as you get a little bit older, real life takes over. But when you kind of hit 40 or 50s, you kind of look back on this hobby and you think, hey, you know what? I've always been fascinated by it, but let's just see exactly now what the technology is. And my God, the technology had just grown like light years.
Amazing. That's true. Yeah, but let's talk about real world for just a second, okay? What is the real world? Is it us bashing our heads in, making the best living that we can, or is it realizing our place in the cosmos?
Well, I tell you what, I guess it depends upon where you're at right now. I mean, we could look at what's going on in Ukraine, and we know what their real world is. Here, unfortunately, we're not into that kind of position. So I guess it really depends upon what your environment is.
That's very, very true. That's very true. But, thankfully, I think astronomers are a community, a worldwide community of people that understand the bigger picture.
Yeah. And it's funny, it doesn't matter what continent you're on. There's a common denominator that if you're into doing astronomy, whether it be visual or astrophotography, it's kind of like how Dan and I got hooked up. I mean, it was really through Scott Cole that reached out to me when I put together his system, and he said, Pete, I'd really like to introduce you to Dan because I think you'd be a real asset on the show. And so I reached out to Dan, and we kind of struck up an email conversation, and then it kind of warranted into a telephone conversation. And next thing I know, I got hooked on the show. But it's a great show, great format, and it is just a great learning curve for people because, as you said, the hobby is going to grow, and it's going to be dependent upon the young people coming in. So that's what we have to reach out to.
Absolutely, and that's again what we were talking about at the beginning, where Sugi and Navin were. That's the type of people that we need to take that, and we need to foster that, because we need new people. I mean, none of us are getting any younger. I hate to say it. Some of us are a little older than others, but Pete, it's amazing when you see people that are 8 or 10 years old. And I remember on the last show that we were talking about, Scott asked me how I started on astrophotography, and I was like 7. I was like their age, maybe a little younger, looking at Saturn and on my back in a straight through telescope. And and that's what it was, and that's what got me hooked. And you know what, I really saw a lot. With the astrophotography at the most, I know that there are other parts of astronomy, the visual astronomy and all of that, EAA, astrophotography in general. And, there are so many bumps in the road that you could smack into, and you could hit against the wall. And sometimes people don't get up from those hits. And that's one of the things, what else better to have than, I know there's a ton of there's a ton of resources, the school of YouTube, books, lovely authors, Chris Woodhouse, Charles Bracken, amongst a multitude of others that have put themselves out there. And I said, well, you know what? Let's put ourselves out there because we know how to do this stuff. Why can't we help other people from not stepping on the landmines that we stepped on? And I'll be honest with you, you know, we do the show twice a week, 5 hours a week. We all donate to kind of do this. And, you know, we probably learn just as much as everybody else from doing this. And, you know, so many people in the chat, like Senthil was on, he's always on the show, Jim's Astro, amongst plenty of other people. And they come on the show and they really like teach us as well. And it's really interesting.
Yeah. I think for me, what I like about it is that, you know, like Dan, I'm in the profession where I literally put systems together. And I mean, it's a treat to be able to look at a system, talk to a customer, you know, say, what's your budget? What is it you're looking for? What are you trying to achieve? And putting the system together. And then when he starts to come back, he starts asking you questions and you give him some recommendations. And it's the idea that you kind of get pleasure out of helping people, because as Dan said, we've all made these mistakes. And as I said, it's been my motto from day one: you buy once, cry once. I've seen too many people cry multiple times. I'm sure, Scott, you've seen it happen as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you see people that would start out with systems that are pretty inexpensive, but really marginal and very, you know, an expert can take a marginal system and do great work with it. Okay. But a beginner needs much better equipment to get there, to accomplish the same kind of thing. And so a lot of times people come in, you know, I worked, I developed the store OPT and back in the 1980s. And I quickly learned that for a beginner, the easiest telescope for anyone to use was the biggest, most expensive telescope there is. Okay. Not only did it gather more light so you could see things easier, you know, the faint fuzzies and stuff, but the drives, the mount, everything was better. Okay. So focus mistakes are not as easy to make, and tracking is much better. And this is the 1980s with film. Okay. So we were shooting 90-minute exposures, you know, this kind of thing. So astrophotography was a daunting task. And so it was tough in those days, and we did not have periodic error correction, and we did not have auto guiders, and we did not have instantaneous results that you get today in electronic imaging. So
you got to drop the film at the photomat and wait a week.
Yeah.
Come on. Or you spent the money and you bought a darkroom. So I had a darkroom. Right. So that there was that. And then the tough techniques of hypersensitizing film or using a cold camera, these kind of things. So there were many more layers of techniques that you had to have with no instantaneous gratification that you even got a sharply focused image.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely going from the Precambrian period to where we are now with fast optics.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you.
So we're in the golden age.
Hey, Scott, you didn't mention auto guiding back then.
No, you had to get
no auto guiding. Yeah, you were the auto guider.
And then what you had to do when you auto guided. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I would be down at the eyepiece. In fact, I have my guiding eyepiece that I would use, and I would be on this thing with a hand controller. You know, you're crying. I mean, tears are coming out of your eye after 60 minutes of staring at a star in, 17-degree weather. So.
It's funny, Pete, when you were talking about braving the cold weather as you're younger and all that kind of stuff, and my father was the same way. And what he would do is he always had a saying. He had a saying and he would sit there, and I still hear it to this day. Whenever I'm doing something stupid, like when I'm not doing something very smart, standing outside, 17-degree weather, walking outside, I'm trying to tweak my polar alignment in -8 degrees, and I'm trying to do all this kind of stuff. And I hear him, and I can hear him from the upstairs window saying, "I raised idiots. I raised idiots. And that's what he would do. He's like, you dumb, what are you doing?
That's true. But we were stuck. We had crossed over to become astronomers, and so there was no getting out, so.
No, there wasn't. There wasn't.
It was when the term came up, backyard astronomy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I can remember that. I mean, that same Tasco, I must have kept that until when I moved down. I looked at that thing, and it was kind of the back of the garage. And I remember it had the RA handle, it had the deck handle, and you're looking through the eyepiece, and you're kind of moving it to get the tracking. And it was just incredible how you just get hooked on it. But it was just a hobby that was always just a what's out there, what's greater than me. I mean, it was always, and I can remember going up to Georgian Bay, which is up into the Lake Huron area, and it's like our last presenter there. I mean, you're looking at the Milky Way. I mean, my God, we were at Bortle 1 skies. I mean, you could see thousands of stars lying in the middle of summertime when it's 75 degrees and you're lying on your back on a deck or on the dock boat and just kind of looking at the stars. That's kind of how I think we all got into it, right?
I don't know. I'm in Long Island, Bortle 1 sky. What are you talking about? I'm from Long Island. I'm on Bortle 8+.
Well,
I mean,
there is that observatory at the very tip of Long Island that I visited.
Still a Bortle 5.
It was pretty dark out there. I was impressed.
Yeah,
especially after hanging out in New York City. For a while.
I'll go north. I have a house up in Wyndham. That's Bortle 3, and that's fine for me. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, sure.
But it's kind of funny, Dan. This is the kind of the informal show that we do. It's
exactly.
Laughs. It's just a free form kind of a setup, and I think that really is what kind of attracts a lot of viewer membership, is that people just like the informal format of it. And Scott, you've been on there from what I understand, so you've kind of seen what it's like.
Oh yeah. We don't do a lot of prep work for the show except to stage the speakers and try to create a basic schedule. I think that the best presentations just really come from people speaking from the heart, or whatever, and sharing their knowledge, sharing their passion, and that really that connects with a lot of people. So I also like to have people who watch our show and listen to our show actually come onto the show, because it's they have a lot to say, and so really a lot of amazing stories and great images to share.
Yeah, it's funny. I know Dan's heard this story from me many times, but I don't know if there's really much help for this poor guy. But this one guy, when I was at OPT, had bought this Los Angeles Gemini. He bought a Gemini scope, right?
Oh no, not this.
Yeah. And I mean, for the life of me, man, he calls me here about 6 months later. And I mean, I thought he'd already, had got it up and he was running it. And he goes, I can't get this thing balanced. I just don't know what I'm doing here. And I'm trying to talk to him, and he's just getting more agitated.
He's just fighting it, huh?
Yeah. And you know what it's like, because you talk to a lot of these clients. So finally I just said, sir, look, do me a favor. Just send me a photograph of your setup so I can take a look at it. Well, I'll be damned. When I got the setup, the counterweight shaft and his counterweights, he had threaded into the front where you're looking through the polar scope. He had threaded it in like this. And I'm going to be damned. How did he get the threads in there? Because the threads don't even.
And how is he going to get it out?
So I'm thinking, I don't think there's hope for those kind of people, but for everybody else, there is.
Right.
He literally had the telescope like this, and the counterweight shaft going parallel to the scope like this.
I wish I kept that photograph, because I would have had a wall of shame. But I mean, we've all got those walls of shame in episodes.
Oh yeah. I got a TikTok out there which is oops, I did it again, and a whole bunch of stuff out there that's just funny. My dog is saying hi.
That's the session of the do nots of astrophotography.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We keep on telling everybody, it's like you got that nice big red button that says do not push this.
It's going to get pushed.
You're going to push that button, because you're just hoping that it's not attached to anything bad,
Right.
But
Joe Schmuckatelli, who's watching on YouTube, he says, I know a guy who hand tightened a part and it took him a year to get it apart again.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I saw this one guy that had a I'm not going to mention what type of focuser. It was a box focuser, and he attached it to the rod in the course side of the focuser, and he attached it. Somehow, I don't know how he did it, but it's got that little bushing on some of them. It has a little bushing, right? He untwisted the entire bushing, and it was totally unthreaded. The bushing was unthreaded. And it looked like a giant screw that was like this big.
Right.
I'm looking at this picture. I'm like, oh my God, what happened to this thing? He's like, oh, I don't know. I just tried to unscrew it. I said, it's not a screw.
Yeah, right.
Slide it on and
it
it's
is now. Yeah, occasionally, and you guys probably have run into this too, and working with customers that are really still learning the craft and skill of using their gear. Where some people like to completely, and I mean completely, disassemble their equipment.
Oh yeah.
All the way, eyepieces, all the lenses out, everything apart, Yeah, and then they come back and they want an assembly manual. How to get it back together.
It's just like this guy calls me one time. He says, hey, I'm looking through my power mate and I just can't see anything. So, sir, send me photographs so I can see what it is. Well, he's got his telescope. He's got the diagonal. And then on the eyepiece of the diagonal, he's got a power mate. He's got a 5x power mate. He's got another 2x power mate. So now it's vertically coming up about a foot. And then he's got a 6.5 ethos.
6.5. Okay.
It's
like minus
like
negative
4,000 power.
length or something.
I mean, the vertical length coming off the eyepiece of the diagonal had to be 15, 16 inches.
So like 1 photon an hour is actually getting through, right? It's a photon counter.
Swimming the barges of Jupiter.
Yes.
You could actually see the photon coming, right?
You can see it coming. You can hear it coming.
It's so funny. I mean, the stuff that I know I do retail. Pete does retail. Obviously, Scott, you do retail. We all do retail with telescopes, and some of this you can't make some of this stuff up.
It is funny. It's funny. I don't like to tease customers, but
but there's
something. These customers are the best because they are trying what we are not going to do. So maybe in the future they say, "Oh, look at what I figured out," and oh, that works. But of course, it's 1 in a billion. But
I one more short story. I know we're the last ones to close the show, so I guess we could just kind of hang out here. But I had a customer that literally same thing, couldn't get it in focus. And it was a newt, and he unscrewed the spider of the newt.
Oh, I've seen that many times.
Well, here we go. He unscrewed it. The secondary's flying, and all the nuts are all over the place.
Sure.
He took it, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to send it back to you because I can't figure this thing out." Okay, sends it back. I get the box, and I lift up the box, and I lift it up, and all of a sudden I hear bring, and I'm like, "What was that?" And I opened up the box. He took the spider, the eyepieces, the screws, everything, and threw it in the tube. Not wrapped, wasn't wrapped up. It was coming from California to New York. I look at the mirror. The mirror is scratched. The secondary is broken. Totally destroyed. So what do we do? There's nothing else you could do. What we do? We made a maraca out of it, and we're going around the store like this.
You give me goosebumps.
It was a cheaper Newtonian. It wasn't like a Quattro or anything, but but it was so bad when we heard that. It was a total loss.
God. Or it's kind of like you're at a star party, and I've seen this happen twice. I always tell people, if you're going to buy a saddle, make sure it's one that's got at least 2 knobs to hold it. Because you always want a backup. Because I can remember Los Mandy used to sell just that one saddle with the one knob. And sure enough, at the star party, And this guy literally had thought that he'd tighten it up, and then he slews the scope, and it was a Tech 140. The 140 slides off, man, and hits the ground, and it just breaks.
Oh, yeah.
What a shame to see that scope.
You will never forget that sub party.
And I've seen other things happen. We did a star party one time at OPT in the parking lot, and it was a hot day, and we set up it was like a big Schmidt-Cassegrain, heavy Schmidt-Cassegrain. And so we get out the tripod legs and stuff, and we're all setting it up, and we run back in the store to make coffee or something and get, cookies ready for the customers. And what happens is the heat from the sun kind of softened the asphalt, and the leg punched through the asphalt, and then the whole telescope hit the ground.
And I know that parking lot. That was the one.
Yeah. The manufacturer was not going to cover that one. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
No. So the store
man.
bought this Schmidt-Cassegrain that was just ruined. Okay.
Oh no.
Yes. So
there's so many. I mean, we could go on all night and talk about.
Yeah. Yes, we could go on all night
about that. I mean, I haven't been into the telescope retail business as long as you two have, but I mean, I got some stories. I got some on video. I got
some on video.
Oh yeah, I got one. It was a beautiful telescope. It was like a circa 1980 Celestron with the buyer's gear. Orange tube.
Remember that?
Wonderful, beautiful scope. I mean, there was like one little chip of paint that was gone off the side, but other than that, the
like mint.
It was mint. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I take off the lens cover and glass just comes off of my hand, and the whole lens is just shattered. It's just shattered. It was horrible. I had to put that on TikTok. I said, that's on TikTok.
You put it on TikTok.
Yeah. I was like, what not to do with your 1980 telescope?
Yeah.
It's just
These are the dangers of selling telescopes.
I mean, UPS and FedEx have been horrible recently. I've had some really bad.
I mean, shipping telescopes has always been a problem, and and the manufacturers, you could make packaging where a UPS driver could pick it up and throw it. Okay, but and for it to survive. Because they do pick it up and throw it anyways.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes I remember when I first started working at Mead Instruments, we did not put fragile on the boxes, because as soon as a UPS or a shipper would see fragile, they would pick it up and throw it. So this was just an open invitation, So, but anyhow.
Yeah. So
these things. That's the way of the astronomy telescope industry world. So
I shipped the C11 to Tyler, and that got smashed. That was packed by FedEx. That was packed by them. The packaging.
By them.
It was packed by them. I said, I don't want to worry about the packaging. I want you to package it. So if anything breaks, it's not my problem. Sure enough, I saw Tyler took a picture of the packaging. There was like one pillowcase on there, one pillow pack on.
Oh, you mean the bubble wrap?
No, it was like those pressure foam thing that you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
One piece on the bottom, one piece on the top.
That was protected
in a big box with so much room in it. I could have probably slept in it. It looked like somebody took the box and like kicked it. And it was so bad. I was like, Tyler, I don't know what to tell you.
It was like
$1,000 telescope.
It was like the Pet Detective delivery man, so right.
Yeah. Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah. But hey,
Yeah. No. So these are things that happen. I will tell you one story. I went to the first time I went to the Winter Star Party. This is down the Florida Keys. It's a fabulous star party. When they have it next time, you got to go. It's just really incredible. It happens usually in February, and it's perfect weather down there where it's freezing everywhere else in the country. But I used to build my own telescopes when I was at Meade, just to make sure that everything was done exactly the way I wanted it, and so I had built my telescope. I packaged it. Okay. I put the seal of tapes, everything on it, and I shipped it to Marathon, where I went to go pick it up from the FedEx office there. When I arrived, I saw the box. It was perfect. It had my tape on it. Everything was fine. Okay. It had not been opened. When I get to the start party field, I ripped off the tape, pulled out the telescope, and every bolt, the motor mount bolts, the fork arm bolts, the retaining ring for the corrector plate bolts, all of them had, I guess from vibration, had wiggled themselves out. Some of them were completely out. It was the strangest thing I ever saw, and I would not believe it. Okay. So up until that time, sometimes I would hear stories from customers saying, yeah, there was no damage to the box, and but the telescopes got damaged. Okay. I used to be very skeptical of that. After that start party, I would believe anything.
Oh man.
I would believe anything. So
that's crazy.
I tell you, that's what I said. There's so many great stories in here. And I tell you what, who's got a great wall of shame is if you ever get a chance to talk to George at AP, ask George to say, hey, George, I hear you got a good wall of shame. You should hear some of the stuff that he's had to see. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. I think the saddest thing is for people at work, handling product in the industry, especially if you're like an amateur astronomer also working in the industry like I was, I would receive telescopes that were poorly packaged, like Daniel was talking about, okay, whereas just horribly packaged. And we're talking like Schmidt Cassegrains or other nice telescope gear that would arrive totally destroyed. And this is stuff that came from a showroom. Okay. So that the telescope never saw starlight. It never did what it was born to do. Okay. Yeah. It just arrived back to you as trash, so.
Hey, Scott, you mentioned that you worked at OPT. Do you remember one thing I liked about when Craig was there was that, do you remember when you walked into that showroom floor? Do you remember that tile compass that he had on the floor?
Yes. Now this was long after I had left. I left OPT in 1986. So I worked there from 1975 until about 1986 in October. And I started working at Meade Instruments, and I worked at Meade for 21 years. And then I started this business at Explore Scientific. But Craig and I are like father and son, Craig
was such a great
I knew Craig when he had long hair.
That's it. But he did. He had.
Craig, he's bald-headed. So.
Yeah. Well, you won't believe what he looks like now. I mean, it's a shame what has happened to him. I mean, he's down to like 90 pounds right now, and it's just so sad to see this Parkinson's disease.
Yeah.
Because I mean, he used to be the life of the NEAF. Remember, he'd get dressed up in the costumes, Superman and cape, and he'd run down, and then Vic Maris would run down.
Yeah, you should have seen him at real parties, not NEAF. Okay.
I think that's a story for another channel.
It is a story for another time.
It is.
Craig is an amazing guy. Always lived life to the fullest gusto, and he's even still doing that now, even with Parkinson's. Okay, so nothing. If he wants to go somewhere, do something, he's doing it. He's traveling. He's I too feel that way, but I've known Craig since I was about 13 years old.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm 63 now, so.
That was the one thing that OPT was before it was bought out by Dustin. I mean, it had that showroom floor where literally if you're driving, say, from LA down to San Diego and you want to stop, my God, you can walk in there and spend an hour just looking at everything. And, the people, were knowledgeable. They were talking, but that was kind of the old brick and mortar stores that really kind of.
And it was very, very expensive to do.
It was
very expensive to do because the manufacturers they might have some allowance for a showroom model, but not much. And most manufacturers don't. Okay. So you would put, maybe at a minimum, $10,000 worth on the showroom floor. OPT could have upwards of several $100,000
Oh,
on
yeah.
the floor.
I mean,
Okay, as demonstrator models. Okay,
I
and
mean,
they had to pay for that, so that was an expensive proposition.
they would have 2 or 3 Meade 16s. They would have the Celestron, high-end Celestrons on those high-end
Yes.
mounts. I mean, it was just amazing what they had there.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. But you know, the .com world has changed the face of retail. You know, and you know, few people will even if they know there's a showroom somewhere, will make a long drive to go see it. You know, we get people here. We probably now have the largest showroom in the country, right here in Springdale, Arkansas. So
one day I'm gonna come by and hang out with you guys.
Yeah,
Because I mean, it's a little bit
Camera
of
Concepts has a great showroom. They really do. So
yeah. It's even better now that we moved to Stony Brook about 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, it's
Right.
The place.
I've been there.
Yeah, I know. That's where I met you.
Yeah, right.
But you know, I mean, the place in Patchogue, that was just like that was a mess. But I mean, but it was a mess. It was like a photo mart turned into a telescope store. It was a big mess. But I mean, you know, but it was one of the few ones on Long Island. I mean, it was us and Berger Brothers. Other than that, there was no other telescope distributors on Long Island, and you had to go to High Point or further west.
Yep.
But
right.
You know, but now we got a decent showroom. We got plenty of scopes, and not as big as Explorer, obviously, but it's big enough and it's nice. And we do, you know, we got a lot of people that come in, a lot of foot traffic.
So Daniel and Peter, we got a couple of big eclipses coming into the United States. We got the 2023 annular, and we got the 2024 total eclipse of the sun. And Daniel, I know that you were in the business during the 2017 eclipse. So, and I know, and so all of us that were in the business know how insane it was.
Yeah.
This 2024 eclipse is supposed to be double that.
Yep.
It will be, they're calling it the biggest science event in human history. That's what they were calling the 2017 eclipse. Okay.
They were right at the time.
It was at the time. Now this is double because it's going to go over so much more population. And you know, I was kind of curious how close, you know, how far you'll have to drive from Long Island to get to the center line.
Well, to go total, the easiest place to go to for me would be the Buffalo area.
Okay.
So that's about 6-7
not
hours.
far.
Yeah, it's about 7 hours. It's further than Cherry Springs. But you know, I was told by a friend of mine in Texas, it's literally going right over his house. And,
awesome.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about going to Texas for that. He said I have a place and it's free, and so if it's free, I might just take and my wife Jen, she has you know, she's got friends in Texas. She's from Texas, so we may just, you know, kill a couple birds with one stone and go down there. So, but I mean, it's literally going right from like Buffalo to like Mexico. It's like a weird arc going through the United States.
That's true. Maxi, you'll have to come to the 2024 total eclipse. So I'm going to be in Texas. We're running a star party. Actually, we're in a spot in Hill Country where both eclipses will pass in one spot. Okay. So we're calling it the Crossroads of the Eclipses Star Party. And we're getting close to announcing pricing and all of that. But it's out in the middle of nowhere in Hill Country, Texas. So what you would do is probably fly into San Antonio and make the hour and a half, 2 hour drive out.
Seba, do you know we have flights from Ezeiza to Houston, right? Maybe.
Yes. Yeah, you could fly into Houston and make it.
It's funny, Scott. You're going to be real close because I'm going to be in Uvalde, which is in the Hill Country. And,
right. That's right.
Yep.
We're going to be north of a small town called Lakey, Texas.
What I did is I helped one of my clients build a roll-off roof, and he's got 3 scopes in there, so it's right there.
Oh wow!
In totality, and we're only like
perfect.
Yeah, so we're just like a half hour just north of McDonald in the Hill Country there.
Yeah.
So It's gonna be real
A
close.
half hour away from McDonald's.
No, it's called McDonald's Observatory. Yeah.
I know.
They're going to have the Eclipse Mac. Okay, is what they're going to.
The Eclipse.
Double Eclipse Mac.
The Eclipse. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
It's
That's
real
awesome.
funny. This it's real funny. This is a customer of mine. He's got like 5,000 acres, and what it is, it's one of these high-end gaming farms where they'll bring in these exotic animals and all these.
There's a lot of it in hill country. I saw all this wild, like African animals and stuff.
Exactly.
You know that.
And
Right?
what they'll do is they charge $5,000 for a safari. So these guys come out there with their guns and they shoot whatever they want. It's a shame because you get in this area and you see these beautiful animals. I mean, there's wildebeests and there's giraffes and God knows what else. But on the real exotic stuff that these hunters pay big money. I mean, he's got guys coming in from Dallas to Houston that spend a ton of money. But
right,
it's like that Tiger King show. Yeah.
But it's just it's sad because I mean he wanted to be able to have this roll-off roof so that when people they stay in the bed and breakfast cabins, then he thought that he could build this roll-off roof where at night if people wanted to come in and they could do their astrophotography, he's got the warm room and they could do all their imaging. But anyway, that's going to be right in the path of totality there. But you're right, it's going to be the big one. I thought the Great American in 2017 was going to be the big one.
It was a big one. It was a big one.
It was.
Something like almost 300 million people saw it. This time it's going to be double that. So
it's incredible. And
yeah,
I mean, it's vertically, it's coming right up to, as you said, the population area.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you guys are watching out there, if you guys have not seen a total eclipse of the sun, don't cheat yourself out of this one, okay? Because it is miraculous. It is unbelievable. It's life-changing. You know, when you see a total eclipse.
It totally is. And please don't do what my wife did.
What?
Oh no! Here's the story.
Dan's going to be in trouble here. Okay.
I had to close the door. So
He's going to come in there with a frying pan, Dan.
So I'm there. I'm believing, and I'm not saying this because you're here, but I was there with my 127 Explore Scientific on my Atlas mount. I had everything all ready to go, and I'm sitting there. We went to this place right in Greenville, South Carolina. It's right in that area. And a friend of mine found this farm somewhere. We went there, and they got live music and bar. It's a huge place. It's like a winery, but it's not winery. It's just like a field. But it's huge. And it's really cool. And I see this nice big circle of like, it had like a collage, like a stone collage of the universe on the ground, big circle. And there's nobody there. No, I see scopes all over the place. No place. I said, can I set up here? Right here. And she's like, yeah. I said, well, why isn't anybody setting up here? Like, nobody asked me. I said, well, I'm gonna put it right in the middle. So I put my telescope right in the middle of this nice area and wonderful. I was interviewed by about 4 or 5 different national television and radio stations.
Nice. That's very nice.
And I go, Jenny, whatever you do, the only time you can point your camera towards the sun is when it's totally eclipsed. So when I say go, take the video camera and point it up to the eclipse. And when I say stop, bring it back down. Okay, no problem. So I'm at the telescope and I'm sitting there, I'm like getting everything ready. I'm getting all my brackets going. I'm getting all this stuff going on. And, it was only like 1:07 or 1:10, if I remember right, total solar eclipse, at least from South Carolina. And so total comes, I whip off the, the solar filter that I had on, and I go and I start taking pictures of the total solar eclipse. I'm getting ready for Bailey speeds. I'm getting ready for all this kind of the diamond ring and all this kind of stuff. So I'm sitting there and I'm watching the camera. I'm watching the telescope and I'm watching it, and then it stops. So I could just let it. I said, "Good, let me see it. Let me see the camera. Let me see it." So I go and I press play, and I'm watching it, and all I see is tops of treetops. I'm like,
oh no.
I'm like, well, where's the eclipse? Where is it? And she's like, I was afraid it was going to burn out the camera. she never pointed it up.
Oh man.
I was like I was so mad. That's the only time that's the only time you can put the camera up there.
Because it's kind of a once in a lifetime experience. Doesn't mean that you have to get angry.
Oh man.
Oh man. And on top of that, of course, you know, I was so excited. My pictures were just the tiniest bit out of focus. And but what do you get? That was my first solar eclipse. I'm planning to get better, you know.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, there's two ways to do a solar eclipse. One is you're the astrophotographer and you're busy with your camera gear and making sure all the settings are right. And you're doing the filter pulls and all the rest of it. And then there's just watching it.
Exactly.
Okay. And watch it. A lot of astrophotographers completely miss the eclipse experience. You know, they don't see the shadow band, so they don't really get time to dwell in it and absorb what's going on, you know. So I kind of recommend seeing a few eclipses, okay, for sure. I mean, once you see one, you want to see another one.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, you know, on at least one, not taking a camera and actually watching it, because it is amazing.
It's not happening.
You got to have a camera.
You got to have a camera. Well, you know what shocked? Sorry, you know what shocked me the real most about going through the total solar eclipse in 2010. You know what shocked me the most was the drop in temperature.
Yes.
Yep.
The drop in temperature was, I mean, it just shocked. It really shocked the hell out of me. I'm like, all right, well, you know, I get it. You know, the moon's in front of the sun, it's flying, but I didn't expect it to be so drastic.
Yeah.
And it got cold. It was what? It was April 17th, I think, or April 27th, something like that, in 2017. And so it was in the middle of April in South Carolina, you know, it was 75, 80 degrees. And it went down to like low 60s. Yep. And it was pretty drastic. It was pretty drastic.
Yeah, and that was only just over a minute or two, you know, depending on where you were. Yep. This eclipse, when you go to see it in Texas, it's going to be like 4 minutes.
Yeah, I saw 3 up in Buffalo.
Yeah, they say it's going to be the
longest. So you need to come down so you can get more eclipse time. But you will feel a big drastic change, and then you also see how wildlife changes. You know, they think it's nighttime.
It's different. It's weird. You get like the crickets start humming, and all these things are going around. You start. It's surreal, man. It really is. It's weird because you're like, wait a minute, it's like 1 o'clock. It's nighttime.
No.
you know. But
we had in the 2020 eclipse in Valcheta, where we are positioned. We have a huge wall of stone, and there was parrots. When we arrived, there was
parrots.
Singing, rah, 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 rah. The parrots, that was really loud. When the sun goes off, they completely shut up. You know, it's like right now you're shutting up now. But yes, weird, and also the temperature changed a lot. I remember feel like it was a view like it was you are in Mars, because the ground that we had there, it was almost orange for oxide in the stones, and the contrast that generates the shadows, it was so surreal. It was amazing.
Yeah,
surreal is the word. Yeah.
You have a clear sky, Sebastian.
Exactly. Yeah. We were in a desertic place. It was December here in Argentina. It's plain summer, and it was hot, really hot. And suddenly we were with our shirts and pullovers because it was freezing. I mean, in a couple minutes, it's just amazing. And the wind, it's indescribable. It's surreal. That's the word.
Surreal. That's right. I think my first time to see an eclipse, I had stayed up Now, I'll give you a little bit of background story. I'd never seen an eclipse before. I'd never been to one. I'm working at Mead Instruments, and I get asked by WGBH Boston, who does the science program NOVA, to go with their film crew to film the eclipse in 1991 from Mauna Kea. Okay. So I'm nervous. I'm really nervous, and I'm setting up all the gear and everything. And because we're up at 14,000 feet, there's no oxygen. Okay. So you can't sleep. Okay. So all night long, I'm drift aligning these mounts. Okay. And I'm using a 22-pound, 10-inch Cassegrain telescope to do this polar alignment. And then we're taking it off and we're putting an 80-pound, 35-millimeter motion picture camera on there. And when you change weight like that, the mount flexes. It bends just ever so slightly, okay? You can't look at it and see it bending, but it's bending, okay? So my polar alignment was off every time. So we're up there 3 days getting ready to do this, and I'm up all night doing this, no sleep. I'm nervous as hell, okay? Because I don't want to blow it for these guys. Finally, I get the day before, or the night of, okay, for the eclipse that is coming, I get the last mount dialed in because I have to overcompensate the polar alignment. So when you put the heavier equipment on there, it bends the mount to perfect polar alignment, okay? And I do this, and I tell the director, I say, okay, I'm done polar aligning, bring the photographer in. And they said, what are you talking about? You're the photographer. So now I'm really, okay. I'm really nervous. He said, don't worry. You know, we got guys that'll take care of the cameras and stuff. You just make sure everything's going okay. All right. So we filmed this thing. And I will tell you that when I saw the eclipse with 4 days and 3 nights of no sleep, okay, oxygen deprivated, I am almost hallucinating, okay? When the eclipse happens, it is like, it gave me a feeling of impending doom, like something really bad was about to happen, okay? Like something was horribly wrong. And the only thing I could equal or relate it to is when I was a child watching The Wizard of Oz, and, you know, the fiery apparition of the wizard and stuff is coming out. And I just had this so I can relate how people in early times, if they saw an eclipse, that they would be scared witless. I mean, it was just, bad omen, you know, right? So,
It's like that movie Apocalypto. Remember Apocalypto?
I saw Apocalypto. That's one of my favorite movies, actually.
Like, oh, God.
Yeah. So they're all freaking out over the eclipse.
You know,
So
I posted a picture that I took from the eclipse, and I almost quoted you because I wrote the exact same words.
Really?
So, yeah.
So you have the same feeling.
Sure, you can, yeah, I can copy paste it. You can get the feeling that, I mean, not knowing everything we know about the universe right now, what would you think if you see a scene like that? It's out of this world. It's amazing. It's amazing.
You know what's interesting though is that, you know, Scott, you kind of brought up a point earlier in this conversation is that, is it divine providence or is it just a stroke of luck that we happen to be at the right place where the diameter of the sun is perfectly suitable with the position and the size of the moon to be able to give you an annular or a total?
That's true. That's true.
I mean, how many other worlds that are out there? But then again, think about it. Let's say we had 2 suns, right? Or we had...
you make all that geometry happen. Now let's throw life on the planet, but let's let that life percolate until you get to the monkeys that can build telescopes.
Intelligent life. Because non-intelligent life couldn't appreciate it.
So, yeah. And then we have guys to fall back on like Einstein and, you know, his prediction of light bending around the sun and the talk that Marcelo gave about the the eclipse that they they did to test Einstein's theory back in the early 1900s, and they proved it. They proved it, and so it is amazing the path that humanity's been able to take in a pretty short time to start to understand the universe in the way that we do.
So,
and we've just scratched the surface. We don't know what dark energy is. We don't know what dark matter is. There's so much we don't know.
But this kind of brings up, is it a philosophical, is it religion? Is it God? I mean, you can definitely name it whatever you want, but I always
really can't separate any of it because it is you start to.
You know what I think it is? It just comes down to being evolution, right? I mean, think about it. You got if it was what's the word? If man had the same intelligence as he does now as he did when he was born, there's a certain term for it. But I think that
we would appear as omniscient is maybe one of the words for this, because we would seem to be so knowledgeable.
Well, that's the point, though. Is that we have to. It's evolution. Is frankly what I say is everybody says, well, there's a God. I go, well, yeah, evolution is God. It's evolution. Because what happens is that we evolve, we get smarter, we test theories, we prove theories. So really, is there a God creating all this, or is it just the fact that it's just evolution that's creating it all? And we're just getting smarter because we know now what the understanding is and the physics of it.
Yeah, but there's still basic stuff we don't understand. We can give you, we can play back the Big Bang to the moment, almost to the moment of the Big Bang.
Yep.
But what happened before that? Well, that's let's not look at that side of it.
Let's think about that.
Not right now, anyways, because we don't have an answer.
Let's think about that very first image that came through on the Hubble telescope, and let's see what that first image is going to be with the James Webb telescope. That's going to be incredible to see.
Man, you got about another month or two to figure that out, so I can't wait to see.
They're
almost done with their collimation, so.
And I mean, that's a feat of Marvel engineering right there. To me, that's got to be the ninth engineering marvel, to get that telescope to do what it's doing and to unfold it and have it shot up there where it's at that L6. I mean, that's just an amazing feat of engineering.
Unbelievable.
Joe Schmuckatelli says the grand question will always securely couch discoveries. Science cannot and is not trying to answer that question. One of the things that if you ever do science, it's good to do amateur science because you can get involved in these pro-am projects and stuff, and you start to learn that, science is just a process. It doesn't answer every question. You have a hypothesis. If the hypothesis rises to the level of being a theory, where it's peer reviewed and, every scientist has thrown a stone at it, trying to break it down. The theories that survive that, they're still theories, so putting your finger on something that we would call scientific fact. Okay. Scientific fact has been blown away so many times by a new theory that proves that scientific fact is wrong. Okay. Really wrong. And so, and it's just kind of a deepening of understanding of the processes of things. And I think that's fascinating. Trying to answer the God question is much harder, so, and that's a tough one, so I think that most astronomers, when they're out under a beautiful dark sky, with a Milky Way stretching overhead, at least I do, I get this feeling of sacredness. It feels sacred to me, especially if I see a big bolide go overhead, and break up over the sky, and I just go, wow, okay. And then you look in the eyepiece or you take an image and you're seeing galaxies that are tens or hundreds of millions of light years away, and you start thinking about look back time and,
Well, how's this as a thought, though? I mean, let's just say that there's religious people out there that believe there's a God. Believe me, I'm not saying there is or there isn't, but I'm kind of on the fence post because I keep thinking is that, okay, if there is an omnipotent God, he created the universe, black holes, gamma ray bursts, you name it, right?
Everything.
he had the foresight.
Yeah, I mean, if there is, yes.
He had the foresight to say, okay, I'm going to put my son on a planet that's a very insignificant planet, and I'm going to teach love when there's only 12 million people on the whole planet. Now we got 7 billion, and the doomsday clock is 3 minutes to midnight. I would have said, I better put him down here now.
Yeah. Yes. Well, it is. I think I put out a question into the chat earlier today, and I said I asked the audience, why they thought that astronomy was good for people, and I was just asking them to email me back their answer. But I think that astronomy lets people see the big picture. I don't see astronomers rising up at star parties, like groups of them fighting with each other, or, and what I see with astronomers, and we see it on Global Star Party all the time, is that we all kind of think about the same things. I think that it is, I think it's healthy. I think it's good. As far as a community of people, mostly you'll find a very honest, forthright, type of group, that you go to a star party with, maybe $1 million worth of equipment out on a star party field. It's rare, really rare, that you would hear about anything being stolen, and it would be out all night, out in the open,
Even that you do is give to another friend or colleague.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
try
We have,
this.
we have people that send their cameras to other countries. Okay, try this out, see what you think. How giving is that? That's amazing. So there's some lessons here. There's some lessons. I think it was David Levy that said that every leader of every country should be an astronomer or a physicist, so, a person of science, so that they can understand more than just, trying to set up boundaries and the haves and the have-nots, so.
Is it too late? Can we get Putin into that group? Or is it too late?
That's not. Oh,
Needs to
man,
be
too
converted
early.
into an amateur astronomer, I guess. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah. But I think that's where we are right now. Guys, thank you so much for coming on to Global Star Party. We will be doing this again next Tuesday. We really love the audience that has watched and posed so many great questions and made so many wonderful comments. And, it's great to have AstroWorld TV on with us right now. You guys put on a great program, and we recommend the show. So I put the link for your YouTube channel in the chat.
Nice.
Definitely subscribe to it, watch it. And we'll be back with many more Global Star Parties. So any last closing remarks you guys want to make?
I want to use my PowerPoint.
Did you want to use your PowerPoint?
No, it's too late. Let's go to bed.
It's too late. Okay.
It's
All right. Well,
almost
come on
midnight.
next Tuesday, Dan, and you can run your PowerPoint. Okay. Is that a deal? All right. Okay. All right. So you guys have a great night. Clear skies to all of you, and keep looking up. So.
you